want something, buddy? We got congratulations, huh?
Yeah.
We got it on with it. Wow.
That's how my first one was.
Wow. That's cool. Congratulations, buddy.
Congratulations.
Excellent.
Invocation by Pastor Joyce Lane of Zion Church, and Pledge of Allegiance by our own Supervisor Poitras.
Hey, Brett, bring the agenda, please. Bring the agenda. I don't have one.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We come praying from John 13:34 and 35. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another as I've loved you, that you also love one another. By this all will know that you are my disciples, and if you have love for one another. Love is the testing of discipleship and also our human worth. That Christ would command us to love indicates that love is not just a feeling or preference. It is what one does and how we relate to others, a decision, a commandment, or a way of behaving. Jesus states that the world will know that we are his disciples if we behave lovingly toward one another. Schisms, disputes, unkind criticisms, and defamation of character are contrary to the Spirit of Christ. His love was a sacrificial love. It was unconditional love. His love is constant and self-sustaining. His love, your love, Father, provides for the best interests of all of us. And you command that we should love one another as you have loved us. Lord, give us wisdom, knowledge, insight, and foresight as we work on the budgets at hand. Help us to remember we are to celebrate, cultivate, care, and communicate. This all revolves around Christ. Christ's love is total. It continues the length of our lives. It reaches to the depths of discouragement, despair, and even death. It covers the breadth of our own experience, and it reaches out to the whole world. It rises to the heights of our celebrations and elations. We preach, teach, and live hope and love in Jesus' name for the benefit of the city and county of Madera, California. And all of the people did say yes and amen to the will of God. God bless you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We open and close in memory of,
Here we are. Mr. Bob Ledbetter, very loved member of our community. Bob worked right up till recently and was involved in the auto business for years and years, and he leaves behind a very lovely family. Bob will be missed, and his memory will live on in the community with his family. And we thank you for that opportunity. Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else?
Public comment. The first 15 minutes of each regular session is set aside for members of the public to comment on any item within the jurisdiction of the board but not appearing on the agenda. Items presented under public comment may not be discussed or acted upon by the board at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public is invited to comment at the time the item is called for consideration by the board. Any person addressing the board under public comment will be limited to a 3-minute presentation to ensure that all interested parties have an opportunity to speak. Any handouts to the board must be submitted to the chief clerk of the board for distribution to the supervisors. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium. Also, all persons addressing the board may state their name and county of residence for the record.
Carry on.
3A, County Administration Department, Administrative Officers Overview and Presentation of the 2017-2018 Proposed County Budget and Proposed Special Revenue Budgets with direction as needed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Just kidding.
Eric Fleming, County Administrator. I'm happy to be here before you today presenting the 7th budget as your County Administrator. And it's probably the strongest one we've presented during that period of time. One of the first things I want to do is thank our budget team, Joel Bugay, Sean Kirkpatrick, Yvette Gomez, and Maria Miranda did most of the heavy lifting, and they also had assistance from Cindy Hernandez and Jennifer Garcia. Joel, this is his first budget following Kevin's retirement. He's done a great job overseeing that. And Sean Kirkpatrick, I'll take this opportunity to introduce him for the first time. He took Nicole's place, and he has joined us from the health department. And he also just became a father this weekend. The baby just got home yesterday. So. And I'd like to also thank all of the department heads and their budget teams. It was another good year of negotiating and coming up with compromises to fit within the revenues that were available to us. And I think we've come up with a really good budget that maximizes what we can do. One of the things I thought I would do before we get into looking at the actual expenditures is kind of set the stage on where Madera County compares to our surrounding counties and statewide. It's a presentation that I've done to your board before, and it was some information compiled by the California State Association of Counties. And so what I would like to do is jump right into that. So county budget comparisons. How does Madera County compare? Okay, one of the interesting things about Madera County when compared to our surrounding counties is that we have a very large part of our population that's in the unincorporated area. And what this translates to is typically a higher demand for urban-type services, law enforcement, fire, roads, sewer, water system, and parks. So keep that in mind as we go through some of these other statistics. All right, one of the first measures is the number of employees per 1,000 people in population. So this compares, these graphs, I'll go over a series of these compare all the counties in the state of California. And as you can see on this slide, we are at 10 employees per every 1,000 in population, which is on the low end. And as we compare ourselves more specifically to the counties around us, we're right in the middle.
It's also tied for the lowest in terms of rural counties.
That's true.
Usually they're on the farther left side of that.
This is true. I think if we counted our vacancies, we've had a selective hiring freeze for a number of years. I think we were closer to about 8 employees per 1,000 in population. So regardless, we're somewhere in the middle to the lower end on this side. One of the reasons for that is we do contract out a number of services where we can, where it's cost effective. All right, now wages and retirement and health care cost as a percentage of revenue. So what this shows is that we are on the lower end. It is 39.4% of our budget, or 39.4% goes for wages, retirement, and health care costs, leaving the remaining 60% for operation and maintenance, supplies, material, professional services, and contracted services. We're on the low end. I think we're doing well in this category. And when we compare ourselves to the surrounding counties, we're on the low end as well. Next category is retirement and health care costs. And this is per $1 of wage. So we are at 37 cents for every dollar in wage, which puts us on the lower half of the scale statewide, and right about the middle when we compare ourselves to our neighboring counties. Another category is spending let's see. This particular one is debt. Expenditures for debt as a percentage of the total annual budget. We are one of the lowest in the state of California in terms of what we spend on debt as part of your total budget. And we are the lowest among our surrounding counties. So that's definitely something to be proud of. All right. The next is expenditure for general government as a percentage of total annual budget. We are on the upper half in this category, but I think that's typical for some smaller counties because there's things that you need to have regardless of your size. You need to have an administration, you need to have a county council, HR, IT, all those centralized functions regardless of how big your county is.
There's economy of scale that enters into that as you move up in size.
Yes, sir, in the larger counties.
Yeah.
And you can see that it's pretty evident right there.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the next category is spending, expenditures for health and mental health and substance abuse as a percentage of the total annual budget. So we are on the lower half statewide at 13.1%, and I guess on the lower side with our neighboring counties in the Central Valley as well. So not sure if that's good or bad.
Dennis? Bad, right? Good.
Well, it's one of those things it's not just how we invest our resources into a lot of it has to do with how that is spent.
Right.
If I'm doing a good job on keeping people out of institutional care, expensive inpatient services, then that costs real low. So that kind of comes into place too. So it's not just how much we spend, it's more important how we spend it.
How we
There we go.
Exactly.
How do people in the community that have to be institutions?
Good answer.
State hospitals.
Yeah, perfect.
Absolutely.
All right, the next category is expenditures for library, education, recreation, and culture as a percentage of the annual budget. Now, this is a category that we weren't performing too well in, and I think we can improve over time incrementally. And I think with this year's budget, these were based on 2 fiscal years ago, most of these statistics. And so I think with this current budget, we're closer to the middle. I think we've gone up pretty close to 1% now.
That's good.
So when we compare ourselves to neighboring counties, we were on the low end, but I think we're closer to the middle. We're at a bit of a disadvantage, at least in comparison to Fresno County, because they have a tax measure that goes specifically to libraries. All right, the next is expenditure for public protection as a percentage of total annual budget.
And I think it's important on that last one, too, that's not education that we spend on schools.
Right.
This is, because that was brought up during the year.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not schools, that's libraries
It's
and
libraries,
and stuff like that.
ag extension.
Yeah, the schools get a separate allocation of tax from the property taxes. It's about 3 or 4 times what we receive.
Okay, the next category is public protection as a percentage of total annual budget. We are pretty much right in the middle statewide. We spend about just over 31%, nearly 32% on public safety. And as comparison to our neighboring counties, we're near the top, which is good. And I think we've gained some ground as well. We've done some incremental increases over the current fiscal year. We're going to be recommending some incremental increases in the upcoming fiscal year as well. All right. The next category is expenditure for public assistance as percentage of total annual budget. When you look at it statewide, we're on the higher half. I think that's a reflection of some of the economic conditions in our area more than anything. When you compare us to our neighboring counties, we're on the bottom. We spend 30% compared to Fresno spending 42% of their total budget. Next category is expenditures for roads, facilities, sanitation as a percentage of total annual budget. And we're on the higher half statewide, 9.2%. And we're at the top when we compare ourselves to our neighboring counties. So that provides you with a good overview of kind of how we compare statewide as we start looking at what we're specifically recommending today. So with that, we'll jump right in. Due to the fiscal prudency of your board and exceptional efforts of the management team and steady economic growth, the county budget is balanced and increases the reserve for future budgetary needs by over $840,000 to a total of $4.9 million, and maintains a $2.4 million contingency budget. In addition, the recommended budget sets aside $500,000 for fire asset replacement reserve. The budget also includes funding to restore key public safety positions in the Sheriff's Department that were previously unfunded during the fiscal crisis. The recommended budget also includes funding for several key capital projects, including funding for the design and engineering work for a new ag building, schematic design consultant costs for the new district attorney and probation building, and demolition costs for the old jail annex building in Courthouse Park. It's also worth noting that during the 2016-17 fiscal year, there were some significant accomplishments. Your board approved a fire equipment replacement and reserve policy, which established a process by which equipment acquisitions are prioritized systematically and are done on an ongoing basis to facilitate a more cost-effective method of funding. The county received conditional award of $19 million from the state under SB 1022. Will be utilized for jail construction and renovation. And design work was initiated and is substantially complete for a new health and social services office complex. And also, the facility work has completed, our new morgue project was completed. So with this budget, we're going to continue a selective hiring freeze, if your board approves, and we use that as a cost containment measure during the year. It's also important to note that the proposed budget is consistent with your board's direction to avoid use of the limited teeter fund, reserve, and borrowed funds to finance the operations of the county. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joel, and he'll get into some of the specifics, some of the numbers.
All right. So this slide presents all of the funds in the county. As you can see, we have multiple funds. The biggest of it is the general fund, which is our main operating fund. The general fund is increasing $26 million in this proposed budget. The biggest increase, just under half of it, are in the subvented programs, namely social services, mental health, and health. These are various increases in their programs, and they're all funded by subvented dollars. The budget also includes enhancements to the sheriff and fire services, which stays true to the board's priority of public safety. These largely discretionary dollars are prioritized for these increases. The budget also accounts for increases in retirement, workers' comp, and general liability insurance rates, as well as budgeting for various capital projects, which were previously not part of the proposed budget process. The budget maintains, as Eric had mentioned, the $2.4 million contingency and increasing the reserve from $4.1 million to $4.9. And we'd also like to mention that in the general fund, the $2.7 million of that increase is not a real increase, but rather the result of the reorganization in the Public Works Department, where they're consolidating positions that hit multiple funds into the Public Works Corps, which sits in the general fund. So it's a shift of positions from like road fund and in districts. So the next slide, it provides a summary of the financing uses and sources for the general fund. I'd like to point out that part of the increase in general fund are increases to our budgetary reserve and the creation of fire asset replacement reserve. The bottom table outlines how the revenues are presented by fund balance, and which we'll go over more in detail in a few slides later. The 0.7 release of prior revenues, it represents a rollover of the tree mortality match of $563,000, which was approved by your board in the fiscal year 16-17, and we're rolling forward because that program is not finished. And then it also, the balance of $118,000 was to utilize the balance in the IT reserve to offset the general fund cost of the information security project for IT. And largely goes to DOJ-related security upgrades. This graph, we've been tracking this for a while now. It shows how each general fund category has recovered since the recession. I'd like to draw out the red bar, which is fiscal year 12-13. So if you compare it in each category, it really shows that the board's priority is public safety. Whereas in other categories, it had stayed flat in that year or had gone down a little bit, with the exception of public assistance because that's third-party funded and mandated. But in public protection, it has continued to increase modestly in other years, but it hasn't gone down. This graph presents the total budget expenditures by category. Just under half of our expenditures are in our subvented programs between public assistance and health and mental health. The next biggest category is public protection, and then, of course, road special payments and general government.
Yeah, Joel?
Yes, sir.
When we're trying to do that measure on stuff, that one under education is really hard to explain to the people. I don't know how we can make that different than, say, education. I'd rather put libraries and everything else in there, because the people do not understand it. When they say education, like Dave said a while ago about schools, that's the first thing they think that is. And I'd rather change that to libraries, et cetera, or anything rather than education.
I think that's well said, Tom. I agree with that totally. That's a misnomer that we've had for the last 6 years, and I've always wondered what we could do to change it. Very good.
And it's just hard to explain to the people when their budget is way up there.
Yeah.
And it's not even a dent on this thing.
We care about welfare, but not kids.
So I would rather change that. From now on.
We can make that change, Supervisor.
Okay, I'd really appreciate it. And when we talk about it this week, I want to make sure that we say libraries and stuff instead of saying education.
Libraries and stuff, if you can put that in there.
Yeah.
Library and friends, yeah. All right. So this slide is just a high-level summary of the different revenue categories that we receive. Again, I'm pointing out that the biggest increase is resulting from the aid from other government agencies, and that's really tied to a lot of the subvented programming. They get their revenues from state and federal aid. I want to point out that our preliminary fund balance, which was developed in collaboration with the Auditor Control's Office, is increasing to $15.5 million, up from $10.5 million from the prior year, which funds part of our proposed budget for this year.
On that aid from other government agencies, a big portion that we've been getting, because I see that it's going up $15 million, but a big portion of that has been coming from the Affordable Care Act. With the changes to the health care bill now, do we see this coming down?
I think, Supervisor, that would be part of the increase, though I don't believe that $15 million is an increase in those ACA-related programs, because that's largely, it increased during implementation, has leveled off. Of course, whatever the federal government decides on the Medicaid program does trickle down to us, but at that point, I think it's really a change in the program, so then we would all adjust to balance with the mandates and the funding that would come with it. But at this point, I think we're still kind of waiting.
The mandates generally don't go away. The funding just does.
Yeah.
IHSS, I think I sent an email to Eric about, we evaluated that at RCRC this last week. And that's still in flux with the governor, but if we plan on a modest increase, I think what was it, 5%?
Yes, Supervisor, we actually are budgeted at 3.5%. So for budgeting, because a lot of it is in flux and we don't really know where all of those are going to fall, what we had assumed in the budget is the normal 3.5% increase in the MOE. Because we knew it's going to increase some, we just don't know in the first year of that change what's the net impact to the county. So the department budgeted 3.5%. Once all the chips fall and we know what's net to the county, the department will return to your board with appropriate adjustments. Because it might not just be that 5%, it might be you're increasing larger number, but then you're giving you revenue to offset it. So there's a whole accounting process that they still need to work out for that.
I think with the governor's budget, they included some in VLF swap as well. So it's not easily identifiable. It's kind of like a mixed bag of nuts there. So,
and it's largely a projection.
Got a bunch of them up there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so this is just the same revenue numbers presented in a graphical format. Again, state and federal, just almost half of our budget is covered by the aid, state and federal aid. Next slide. So this table is something we created new for this year just to kind of walk through the discretionary revenues that's in the budget. So discretionary revenues of $82.2 million is composed for this year is composed from three major sources. $66.1 million is what we project in property taxes, charges for services, fees, collectively that we'll collect in the next 12 months. As I mentioned before, $15.5 million is fund balance, which is really represented in higher than anticipated fees or taxes that was above the budget. Departments being good at really spending to the minimum. They didn't spend their whole budget, so that savings that was allocated goes back. All in all, that's projected to roll forward $15.5 million. And again, the 563 was just a rollover of the match that was appropriated in 16-17. Now, where does that $82.2 million go? 73.8 goes into the general fund operating budget to offset various categories that we'll see by department. $3 million of that goes to mandated matches that we have no control over. So this is state and federal programs, largely in public assistance, that we have to put up the match. Realignment, 100% is used to offset that, and whatever's remaining falls in the general fund. This does not constitute an increase from the prior year, so this is a slight decrease year over year from what we've used. $500,000 is new for a fire asset replacement reserve, which is connected to the policy that your board approved in November of 16. It is the intent that the leftover fund balance from a fire prevention budget we put that forward every year to offset.
That'd be a
continuing allocation, so that way to offset the cost of capital leases for replacing the funds.
And that's what we want.
And then 4.9 of that goes into the budgetary reserve, which is an increase of $804,000 from the prior year. This chart is also new. We call this the Pac-Man slide. But what we're really trying to represent here on the left is really the total funding that we get. And that grade funding are all the funding that we get that has restrictions on it, whether it be state and federal mandates, whether it be fees specific for a purpose. It's just the funding that the board can't really allocate without, with discretion on anything, because there's some requirement attached to that. The blue 28% is what we consider discretionary. And out of that slice, 60% of that goes into public protection,
This is a simple slide. This is well done.
Yeah.
This is
Really done good.
And that's a 1%. So that's an increase from the prior year. So the share of what your board spends on public protection is increasing in this proposed budget.
Can I stress you for a second? Will you tell the public, unqualified, when something is restricted, is it restricted or not? I mean, there's all kinds of speculation out there about how we can shift money and do this and spend there and do that. And when we say restricted money, that means it has to go to certain things. We don't have the discretion as to where we put it.
Yes, Supervisor, it's restricted by a legislative mandate or a state and federal requirement.
100%.
100%.
We can't change that if we wanted to.
Nope. And
That's
if
your
we spend it
sworn
on other things, we'll
testimony.
get audited. That's the bottom line. When we spend it on other things, we'll get audited. Yeah.
Max, this is where you say they can't take money from trains to put into dams.
And the train goes to jail if you keep putting it the wrong place.
Leads to jail. Yeah.
So this next slide is comparing the discretionary revenue available for the proposed budget compared to the current year. It is an increase of $8.4 million. What we wanted to highlight here is that out of that increase, 72% went into public protection programs. So again, highlighting that for every additional dollar that is recognized, your board prioritizes public protection. 10% went to contingencies and reserve out of that increase. 18% went to the other categories, and that's largely because we have inflationary costs.
Education again.
We'll change that. All right, so this is really just itemizing what our designated and reserve fund balance are. If you, on the top, it shows zeroing out of the IT reserve. Again, $118,000 is recommended to offset the general fund department costs for IT information security projects. And those are public safety related projects. Reserve for future budgetary needs of 4.9. We've discussed that. And then the next slide. And then here is the $500,000 reserve for fire equipment.
So, the reserve for future budgetary needs, that's set aside. We also have the 4.9 that we already had in there, right?
This is this adds, we've grown this amount by
is cumulative.
$800,000.
So this is accumulated, and then we're going to add that $843,000 to that.
To that, correct.
And I've been saying that because a lot of times this becomes the piggy bank. Is there any way we could break that out and have this, like, part of it that says this is for cash flow, or this is just not a contingency fund, but a reserve fund?
Emergency reserve.
Yeah.
With your board's direction, we could designate it however you would like. Keep in mind that we do have the $2.4 million contingency in addition to that.
Yeah, so
it's in the operating
and
budget.
I like how you broke that out this year. I think it was just kind of the way it was, because it says for future budgetary needs. When sometimes we see that, future budgetary needs. Well, this is a future budgetary need. It's not even an emergency. It's just a budgetary need we didn't see before. But this should be really an operational reserve that we use just to keep the lights on. I mean, to run a $300 million organization, you need to have quite a bit just in operational reserve, so that we're not having to borrow from different funds just to keep, because sometimes we're waiting on checks to come in from the state and the feds, and we need to dip into that and then replenish that, right?
And that's Supervisor Frazier. That's how we look at this. When we think about this amount, we would think, okay, what if next year there's a real dip in the economy? And, this gives us just enough time to adjust, like we did several years ago when we had to go in and, cut our costs. This would get us through that, year or whatever, depending on how. I mean, if it's catastrophic, this may not do it, but this would take us a long way and give us time to make adjustments in our costs.
Supervisor Poitras?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow up on that, I was wondering, first of all, it's great. Love having reserve contingency and so forth. What would be considered a healthy percentage of the discretionary funds budget, or an average, something that would be known as a standard, say, in the world of county government?
Supervisor Poitras, we've done some research in neighboring counties' reserve policies and looking at what other counties do. And it's really a mixed bag of what their boards adopt. For example, some counties, their methodology is to achieve 2 months of payroll as a healthy reserve, some a percentage of 5% of the budget. So I think maybe going back to Supervisor Frazier, maybe what would be better is we come back to the board with a reserve policy so we can have that discussion. And your board can set the priorities and the targets for it and the uses. Now, I also point out that we can't just spend the 4.9, because it's not, even though it's designated, unlike the contingencies appropriations, we can't just go and recommend a transfer. It would have to go back to this board to appropriate it. Right.
And I think we've done
People, put your name on the board when you want to speak. Supervisor Rogers?
Yes, as a percentage of the discretionary general fund budget, I think we're at somewhere near 9% on the contingencies and reserve. I think that's a nice number. I'd like to see it higher, and we all would. In fact, I'd like to see it around 15%, and I think that would be a very healthy number indeed. Somewhere between 15 and 20, somewhere in there.
We can come back to this fiscal year and come up with several proposals for discussion, consideration.
Well, we're working in the right direction, though, and that encourages me greatly when we're moving up nearly $1 million every year in contingency and reserve. That's the right direction to go.
Right. And 1.5 if you count the fire.
Yes.
Especially when we went from 0.
And that's our presentations. If your board's ready, we can get to the departmental budgets presentations.
Move on.
Well done.
And you should each have a sheet which has the departments and the order we're going to be presenting in. We may jump around a little bit because we've grouped them by department or department head in some cases.
The first budget for your consideration is
We have a supervisor with something on the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, excuse me. I wasn't quite sure if you were going to go into the comments on the recommended proposed budget or not, but I just had a couple more questions in that area. And one in particular, when we look at PERS, we're looking at increases this year, next year, the following year. Have we projected out over the next, say, 5 to 7 years to see what kind of hit that might take to our budget? Because I know I've seen articles from other municipalities and counties and so forth, and it looks like it's going to, for instance, Modesto, I think it's going from $17 million a year to like $32 million a year, and those types of increases, could really take a hit, and there are things that we need to plan on right now. So anyway, just a question.
Very good point, Supervisor Poitras. Yes, we are anticipating that, and what we're projecting over a 3-year period, from what we understand, that's the what we just talked about, $6 million.
So
$6 million hit,
and that's
over a 3-year period.
Yeah, $6 million over a 3-year period beginning 18-19. That's based on estimating tools that CalPERS have sent us for it, and largely that's due to the adjustment in the discount rate that they have assumed for their earnings. Right. So they're bringing it down to reality, and they're taking that in the 3-year adjustment. And like Eric had said, it's $6 million, so it's $1 million, and then become $2 million, and then cumulative.
It brings it up, and then it's supposed to level or get back to the gradual increases.
So that would be $6 million in addition to what we're paying out right now.
Correct.
Right, that's correct.
It's about $18 million and on out. So anyway, that's another reason I think that having those reserves and contingencies are so important.
Yes.
Surprised
Just to clarify, it's $1 million in year 1,
$2 million in year 2, and then
$3 million. So a total of $6.
Gotcha.
So it's a $1 million adjustment every year, so cumulative it's $6.
Okay, and then
it should level up.
It should level up.
And then pending market influence on earnings.
Yeah, they've really done a great job as far as their returns.
Supervisor Robinson.
Yes, this is one area of the budget, and I'm glad Supervisor Poitras brought it up, that I've always had concerns about, and I think everybody does: pensions, liabilities, unfunded liabilities, retirement, et cetera. At one point, we were at 19% of our budget, I believe, and that was back in 2013 or 2012 on that figure. Now we're at 29?
Yeah, I was going to...
Or 39. We're at 39 now.
37 or
yeah,
39.
and we were one of the lowest in the area.
Yep.
Now, the fact is that this is an area sometimes that we have very little control over. And for a fact, that the state has created issues there as well with the PERS itself not being completely funded, and the costs get passed on to the county. So that's grown our percentage of outlay. With wages increasing as well, we did a cost analysis, and we moved our employee wages up. That also increased our percentages in retirement benefits, health outlay, et cetera, et cetera. It all matriculates. In addition to that, health costs have escalated extremely during that period of time, nearly doubled, I believe, in cost. And so that's added to this picture. I just wanted to point out that is a figure that we had at one point, one of the lowest in the state. We were one of the lowest in the area. According to the Fresno Bee, I think it was 19% a few years ago, or 18 or 19, somewhere in there. Yeah, I remember that figure.
It was lower. Yes.
And the reason it's grown is not due to our negligence in that area, but because it's a process we can't help.
Supervisor Rogers, another thing that is driving that is we've got more retirees, more people retiring, and one of the benefits that we provide here in this county that I don't think any other of our comparable counties provide is we cover the cost for retiree health. That is a major expense, and it goes up every year, and that's probably one of the main drivers that's moved us up. But that's something that our neighboring counties don't have to contend with.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yeah, you said that to get that number, there was a calculation tool that was sent out by CalPERS. And they're not great at calculating. Do we add any factors on top of that ourselves first? Because I know we're probably a lot more conservative in terms of our estimates. Do we take that and then say, yeah, right, it's going to be this? Or
The supervisor, what we did was CalPERS gave us a range, so we took the top most expensive of the range, and then that actually yielded 930,000, so we rounded up to $1 million. So there's that. But
those are the answers we like to hear.
Yeah, and we'll get the new actuarial report pretty soon in a couple of months. So then they'll have refined numbers at that point, and we'll run that calculation again.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the first budget for your consideration is Child Support Services, found on page 125. Recommended appropriations of $3,184,380 reflect a reduction of $199,557 from the prior fiscal year. The reduction is primarily due to salary savings created by changes in staff. The department experienced a number of long-term employees leaving, which resulted in hiring their replacements at a lower salary level, therefore creating the reduction in salary and benefit costs. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 53.5 positions, of which 19.5 remain unfunded as in the previous fiscal year. Vicki West, Director of Child Support Services, is available for any questions or comments.
Good morning, Chairman, gentlemen. Vicki West, Director of Child Support Services. I just wanted to take a minute of your time and share some of the changes and just brag about the department for a minute. As of May 31st, we have collected just under $7 million for the children of Madera County. We have increased our current caseload, which has allowed us now to serve the needs of 7,432 children in Madera County. We're very proud of that. Our performance measures are on track that we will meet or exceed our goals that we set for this year. And we had one interesting change. The state has provided a payment kiosk in our lobby to make it easier for our customers to make their child support payments. It also made it easier for our staff because now the customers come in and pay right at the kiosk. The state has also set up a payment arrangement with CVS, 7-Eleven, Family Doctor, and Ace Cash Express so that people can go in and make those payments. There is a small fee to do it there, and it's free in our office. So those are the slight changes that we've had, and we're moving along. Any questions?
Mr. Wheeler, did you want to say something?
No, it's just all pluses. I can't thank you for helping these kids.
Well, I have a question for you. You have these sources where you can make the payments. Mm-hmm. Why does it work that way? Is it a convenience?
Oh, yes. It's to make it more convenient for them, as well as, obviously, if people can't make their payments, then we're not doing the best job that we can. So they've added, in the past years, they added the ability to pay by credit card, a number of things just to make it easier. We do wage assignments for all of our payors, too, but there are people in the county that operate on a cash basis, and so those people can come in and pay their support, and takes 2 minutes, and they're in and out, and it's a convenience for them, too.
Interesting.
Right. Does that allow, whoever's the payor, if they live out of town, can they go to a CVS?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
That's a good way.
It is. It is. And the fee involved is very minimal. I think it's maybe $1.50, $1.95, something.
And it's not always as a cash. I know that sometimes as soon as any of my employees at Papa Murphy's, as soon as we get that wage attachment,
right,
that's generally the last, they generally move on to another job or leave the job because they know they're...
That happens, yes.
It happens every time that we get a wage attachment. That's usually their last paycheck that they get from us.
Historically, I can say historically we have seen that happen. People do move on. Eventually, they kind of accept it. And personally, I think it's a wonderful thing. It takes it out of their hands as far as having to make that payment every month. Just comes right out of their check. I think it's an advantage. I'd love to have all my bills just like that, and I wouldn't have to worry about paying anything. So that's me personally.
That's because you take care of your responsibilities.
That's right. That's right.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah. So what's the percentage of people that you have to go after and try to get money from and we don't get it? Is it a small percentage or?
No, it's not really a small percentage. I think right now we're at about 65% of our current collections that are paid. So we'd like it to be higher. Yeah. We have issues with locating people. Once we locate them, we're really very committed to working with people to try to get the orders so that they're reasonable and they're based on reality and they are something that they can pay. We try to work really hard with our customers once they're served with the initial papers. Yeah. Our staff will call them and say, come in, talk to us, let us know what your income is so we can have it be fair. But, yes, we do have issues with trying to find everybody.
Can you adjust the court usually orders these dollars amount, right?
There's actually a calculator, a guideline calculator where you just sort of feed in. The primary determination comes from income from both parents and amount of visitation. There are a couple other things that are calculated in there, but those are the two main ones.
But do you have the advantage to be able to adjust those for the people?
No, not really. The court can adjust them, can deviate from that.
Can you go and help to tell the court you'd like to help them because they can't afford $100, they can afford $75?
Yes, and the court's been very reasonable about trying to work with people and go off the guideline calculator.
Good. I think that's really important to our citizens, I think.
Yeah, we're very committed to working with both parties, and they've done studies and they have proven that parents who pay their child support are more active in their children's lives, and that's what we really want to have happen.
I mean, if they can't afford to pay it, that builds it up, and the payee and the children aren't getting it if they can't afford it. If you can get it to something that they can afford, at least they're getting something.
Exactly.
Whereas before they weren't getting anything.
Right. Right.
Well, following along those lines of what Supervisor Fraser said, you have some people that just, if you attach a check and you take away X amount of dollars, and they lose that incentive to work. Mm-hmm. So they don't work. Then the bills keep piling up, and they can't pay, but they start working for cash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that kind of defeats the purpose because we don't get the money. And they don't pay.
Kids don't get
They don't get any closer to the family, and eventually they just drop out. So, and that amount gets accumulating to where it's in the thousands.
Mm-hmm.
Can they come back later and make a deal with you? Let's call it a deal, where they can pay a percentage of what they owe and get off after the kids are gone.
There is a process. It's we call it COPE, and I'm at a loss for what those initials. Compromise of Arrears program, that they qualify. They have to meet certain requirements to qualify, where we can then take part of the money, if it's due to the state, if it's due to the mother of the child, it's not a case where we're the mother is on public assistance, then we can make a deal to accept less to pay off the whole case. And of course, on the cases where the mother is not on public assistance, she and the father can make arrangements as well. But we're trying very hard not to have that situation occur where those great debts accumulate, because you do get to a point where you feel, or I certainly would, I'll never catch up. And that's what we're trying to avoid, and making a real effort to have fair and reasonable orders so that they don't get behind.
If they don't pay, then are you in a position, or do you restrict their license?
Yes. Yes, if they miss payments, there's a driver's license suspension that we do, yes.
Okay.
Wow. So then you can't get to work, and then you can't pay.
Yeah, I know.
It seems
Never.
Okay, it's not
Any
perfect.
revolving.
it's not perfect.
Very good.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
No. Thank you.
All right. The next group of departmental budgets for your consideration are the district attorney budgets, which begin on page 133 of the budget book. Total recommended expenditures of $5,761,383 represent a net increase of $387,261 from the prior fiscal year. This is primarily due to the shift of MADNET positions previously budgeted in the Sheriff's Department. Also, due to the end of the grant for the DUI vertical prosecution, one senior district attorney position was moved to a vacant position in the DA main budget, and that org was defunded for the budget year. The department will continue to apply for this competitive grant, and if funded, will return to your board with appropriate recommendations. There are a total of 45.76 positions allocated to this budget, of which 6.76 are unfunded. David Lynn, Madera County District Attorney, is available for any comments or questions.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good, push the button. Good morning, gentlemen. Boy, you guys have an awful lot of money, I can tell. I've been out there listening. It's interesting. Mr. Chairman, David A. Lynn, District Attorney from the eastern part of Madera County. I would reiterate what Joe just said. One thing which concerns me in a sense, and also it's kind of a good news, bad news thing. We no longer have the federal vertical prosecution grant, and we will continue to apply for it. The reason why we no longer have it is because we don't have that many drunk drivers in Madera County. We just don't qualify and come up against the kind of numbers they have in Merced County or Fresno County or San Joaquin County. Enforcement is working, getting the word out is working. So that particular aspect is kind of a good news, bad news situation. But we are continuing to vigorously prosecute drunk driving situations, alcohol-related, and we are also currently training the Highway Patrol in Madera County on how to deal with marijuana DUIs, which are significantly more difficult and significantly harder to prove, but as a result of the will of the voters with recreational marijuana, we're going to be having that problem for the next few years, I'm afraid. As to the budget that we have submitted, it is, in the past we've submitted trying to bring up the level of our prosecutors and investigators. Now we're at the point where our support staff, we're trying to build them up. One interesting item is that we're asking for a victim service specialist within our department. We believe that is necessary so that we do not remain one of the 2 counties in California that don't have victim service specialists within the district attorney department, and so that we can apply for a significant stockpile of money out there in the form of state and federal grants on victim services. So we've made that change. Other than that, everything else pretty much remains unchanged. Any questions, gentlemen?
Good job.
Good.
That's it?
It means you're doing a good job.
Well,
Better be.
Means a lot of
Staff is
people,
doing a great job.
a lot of people are doing a good job.
Let me ask you a question, please.
Yes, sir.
You know, what I know is what I read in the paper and when I talk to you, somebody commits a crime, they're innocent until proven guilty.
Correct.
Why does it take so long from the moment you charge somebody to when it goes to court? I mean, we're talking years here.
We're talking years in many cases. The more difficult the case, the longer it takes. The reason for the delay is there is usually the initial arrest. Sometimes at the time of arrest, they put the individual into the county jail, which gives us 48 hours to file charges against that individual. We have to wait for the agency reports, the police reports to come in before we can file a formal complaint with the court. But we've been doing that. We haven't missed any that I'm aware of recently. And we file those. We aggressively prosecute the case. We file our complaint. Felony cases, which are the ones you normally read about in the paper, are a two-stage process. First, we have to file the complaint and then prove that there's probable cause for the complaint. That requires a preliminary hearing. And then once we win at the preliminary hearing, we go on to the felony stage where the defendant is then rearraigned, and discovery continues through that period of time, and ultimately we get a trial date. We have a case, this is drunk driving out of Chowchilla, which I went to court last week using my normal smooth diplomacy with the judge, and was almost held in contempt. But I was basically screaming about the fact that we had two families of two victims who had died as a result of this drunk driver. And the defense attorneys were again trying to push the case out until next January, where my office has been ready to go to trial for 6 months. So the judges are very concerned that the defendant receive a fair trial, and those are the laws of the state of California and the interpretation of the California Courts of Appeal. That's a very long answer to your short question. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So a lot of it has to do with the defense?
A lot of it has to do with the defense. A lot of it has to do with a case called Brady versus Maryland, which is a discovery case, which basically says that we have to turn over to the defense everything we know about every officer that was involved in and is going to testify in that trial. Everything right down to whether he got spanked by his mother almost. I mean, it's almost that in-depth. So Brady trumps everything else, and we spend hours and hours and significant money in copy machines sending them discovery on all of the officers involved in the case. We want to make sure, society wants to make sure, and I want to make sure that no innocent man is ever convicted and goes to jail or worse, but that takes time, unfortunately.
Thank you, David.
Any other questions, Jim? Thank you very much.
The next budget is trial court operations on page 161. Recommended appropriations of $1,326,128 are unchanged from the prior fiscal year. This budget finances the county's pro rata share of costs for maintenance and utilities pursuant to SB 1732 and provides for the contribution to the State Trial Court Trust Fund pursuant to AB 322 based on the amount of fine and forfeiture revenue remitted to the state in 1994 and 95. Additionally, this budget includes annual maintenance of effort for operations and maintenance for court facilities based on a county facilities payment plan, which was completed by the Auditor Controller and approved by the State Department of Finance. We are here for any questions you may have on this budget.
None?
The next budget is the grand jury on page 165. Recommended appropriations of $71,700 are unchanged from the prior fiscal year. The largest expenses are related to meeting and mileage reimbursements for grand jury members. Administration monitors these expenses on a monthly basis with the grand jury treasurer and foreman in an effort to ensure the budget remains within approved appropriations. This budget has already been reviewed by the presiding judge. We are here for any questions you have on this budget.
The next budget for your consideration is the Public Defender budget, which begins on page 169. Recommended expenditures of $3,248,608 represents a $305,581 increase from the current fiscal year based on the anticipated cost of a proposed four-year funding agreement that is on your board's agenda on June 27. The Public Defender budget provides funding for legal defense of indigent defendants in criminal cases. These services are currently provided by a local law firm whose most recent agreement will end on June 30th. There are no positions allocated to this budget. We are available for any questions on this budget. The next group of departmental budgets for your consideration are the sheriff's budgets, which begin on page 173 of the budget book. Total recommended appropriations of $22,458,470 represent a $3,593,472 increase over the current fiscal year, which includes a $2.2 million appropriations for the tree mortality grant. The remainder of the increase is primarily due to the funding of 5 currently unfunded sheriff positions in the budget year and an increase in mileage charges for the operation and maintenance of the sheriff's fleet. The Sheriff's Department has a combined total of 129 allocated positions, of which 10 are unfunded. Jay Varney, Madera County Sheriff Coroner, is available for any comments and questions.
Board, I think. Question real quick.
Go ahead.
How many did you say were unfunded?
10.
10. Okay.
Across all budget orgs.
Huh?
Across all budget orgs.
Okay.
So that's sworn and non-sworn?
That's just sworn.
Just sworn?
Yeah. Morning, Board. I just want to clarify one thing Joel said. One of those positions came from an action that we've already completed, which is converting a civilian evidence specialist into a deputy sheriff position. The other 4 are for your consideration this morning. We appreciate the board's support on all of our public safety activities and hope that these additional people will add to the safety of our communities and our county, both all the way from Eastside Acres up to Mammoth Pool and up that way, because the spots are going into patrol, and there's 2 of them that will be split, and they'll be working part-time at Bass Lake and part-time on the road, and that's due to the fact that at least 1, if not 1.5, of our current extra help reserve deputies who patrol the lake will not be available next year. They've already advised us of that, so I'm available for any questions that you have.
On 215, the Chickchansey reimbursement for $717,000. If we don't have an agreement with them, where does this come from? Are we able to pull those officers and put them elsewhere?
I would assume so, but I'll leave that to the sheriff. Yeah.
So we don't have to provide services if we don't have an agreement, correct?
Yeah, those deputies do not provide specific services, just the casino. That group of folks, those 5 deputies, per your existing agreement or expired agreement, whatever the proper term is, are provided to cover Beat 5. That's the Course Gold area. They're only required to respond to the casino within 20 minutes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah. Thank you, Jay, for doing such a great job. There's unfunded positions, and we've gained a little bit each year since you've been here, and
which I appreciate.
Yeah, I know you do, and we do too. We just wish we could just do it all. But some of the problem also is that it's hard to find these positions even to hire them, right?
Correct. So we've been able to be as selective as we'd like to be. Recently, we still have, currently we have 2 positions that are open. They're funded. They're unfilled. We do have people that we're processing to fill those. If you approve these positions, we have been working with the HR on what we call a cadet program that would be allowing us to do like every agency around us does, which is they sponsor people in the academy right now. The funding from that would only come from approved, unfilled deputy sheriff positions. So it's not new additional employees. It's not new expense. It's only if the board approves.
Either.
Correct. So we've actually been pretty good at hanging on to our folks. We may be losing 1 person to the DA's office, but it's a slight pay increase, and certainly working Monday through Friday is better than being at the risk of working, anytime, anywhere, any day. So we've been really successful in holding on to those people that we recruited in the last 2.5 years, and I'd say every 6 months we get a little bit better at what we do in terms of attracting folks.
And you're still going to be using that cadet program to try to bring them in and train them along the way?
Yeah, so how it would work would be if I had an open deputy sheriff position and we had a good candidate from the Madera County area that we thought had a good future in law enforcement, if the board approves the positions, what would happen is we would probably bring them in first to work with us a little bit, and then at the point where they attended the academy, we'd be paying them extra help wages to attend the academy with certain agreements in terms of them having to graduate and all those things. We would clear them through every test that they would have to pass to be a deputy sheriff before we send anyone to the academy, because we don't want to send them for a month or two and then find out, they robbed a bank back in Illinois or something. So we're going to be very cautious in who we put into that program. And the one thing I would say to the board is you still have a number. I think we've got almost 10% of the current folks in the agency who came up through the existing Explorer program and then came on to the Sheriff's Department. So that's 10% is a pretty high number, and a number of those people are at sergeant or above. So
I wanted the public to know how good a job you're doing.
I appreciate that.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Takes support from the board to do what we do.
Yeah, and I'm hoping a lot of people are watching this, because I've really been trying to get people to get educated of how our budget works. So if you want to ask these questions, and I appreciate what you're doing, and I know the public does. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say I feel the same way. You're doing a great job, and I think the approach of selectively hiring is a great approach, because you don't continue to have that turnover that creates a budgetary problem. I think it's a great approach. Get good people, keep them. That's a fantastic way to do things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good.
Is that it? Okay, thank you.
All right. The next department for your consideration is the Department of Corrections budget, which is page 245. Recommended expenditures of $15,699,283 represent an increase of $1,078,652 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to budgeting $625,000 in estimated annual capital lease costs for upgrading the jail heating and ventilation system at the jail central plant. There's also a $159,000 increase, 3% increase under contract for inmate medical services. This budget has 122 allocated positions, of which 8 are unfunded. Manuel Perez, Corrections Director, is available for any questions or comments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. Manuel Perez, Director of Corrections here in Madera. Well, besides being a little eye candy, I just want to make myself available if you have any questions. And if I can mention, we're bringing in $19 million. It's a good day. So I just want to make myself available if you have any questions. We keep everything status quo. All the increases, as Joe mentioned, is contractual. The staff in the Madera County Jail is just unbelievable day in and day out. Regardless of what goes on in the institution, they are just troopers. So I really do appreciate my staff.
I do have.
Yes.
How is the, because it's been an increase over the last couple of years because of mainly due to salaries. How is the morale over there? I know that was your employees were on one of the lower end,
right?
But they got a bigger jump when we did that salary survey. How is the morale over there right now?
The morale is good. The population is getting more difficult. Mm-hmm. So there's a balance. What sometimes will bring the morale down is just more incidents of activity inside the institution with assaults on staff. But the support that they have for each other is what keeps them going day in and day out, because you get that camaraderie where if you don't come to work, you're not going to be there for your fellow officer. So that's what you're starting to see. You're starting to see that strong bond.
Are we keeping more of them?
We are keeping more of them. We are still having just a very small handful that are looking elsewhere. It's just very difficult to compete with CDCR. They are just doing a huge increase in hiring, and Madera County does an absolutely fine job in training correctional officers, and we've been known for that. But the ones that truly appreciate the environment that they're working in are the ones that are staying. They're not going after the money. They're more towards public service, the professionalism, and the environment that they're working in are the ones that are staying.
At least they're making more than the car wash now, right?
Yes, we did have that person, yes.
Oh, that's right. That
Manuel, you're doing a good job, and thank you. Just wanted to, the idea of we train these people, we spend money to train these people, and would like to work toward an understanding or an MOU with the employees' unions and what have you, that when we train someone, they should commit for a period of time, and that money needs to come back to Madera County in service rather than us training them and then they head off. I think that's an important component that we need to get in place eventually in this situation and others with some of the other departments where we're required to do training. I think it's important. So.
Oh, I agree on the concept. I think that's more of an HR negotiation.
I'm making a statement more than I am a question to you.
We've talked about that as an investment that we do have in our staff in the hiring process because it does take so long.
It does. It's an expensive thing to hire someone and to train them.
Yeah.
Manu, a question for you. You were talking about personal attacks there towards your correctional officers.
Correct.
How serious does it have to be before you can boot those guys out and send them back to state prisons?
Well, just like the attorney was talking about, we don't have the authority that just because our officers get assaulted, we can move them somewhere else. They have to stay in our institution until the judicial system is completed. What does happen at times is we're finding out that some of these individuals really don't want to go anywhere else, so they'll continue to assault staff so that they can pick up another case so that they can stay longer. So they're picking up multiple cases. So we're starting to see some of those. Some of those are a little bit more mental health. So sometimes we do have to make that decision that if the primary conviction is a very serious and they're going away for a very long time, then we will drop the other cases so that we can get rid of them and make our environment a little bit safer.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
So that has happened in the past.
I see. Other questions?
No. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. The next set of the budgets for your consideration are the probation department budget, which begins on page 257 of the budget book. Total recommended appropriations of $17,413,440 represent a small decrease of $3,189 from the current fiscal year. The department has two budgets that are not part of the general fund, which are the Community Corrections SB 678 budget and the Public Safety Realignment AB 109 budget. Both budget staffing expenditures were included in the total figures that I mentioned earlier. There are a total 153.75 allocated positions in this department, of which 36.25 are unfunded. Stephanie Stokel from County Probation is available for any comments or questions.
Good morning, Board Chairman.
Good morning.
My chief is enjoying the tropics right now, so I'm here in his absence. I don't know if there's any questions specifically about the budget or the department. I'm happy to answer anything.
You guys do a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We have outstanding staff.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, by having 10 positions unfunded, does it hurt you? I mean,
it's been a long time that those positions have slowly over time gone by the wayside via grants. Thank God that we do have the support from the state and the feds. If you look at the budget overall, about half of our budget comes from grants. So that's kind of, taking care of that.
Help keep some of the staff going. So when you got the grant, people that's working on the grants, are they under that category unfunded or are they funded?
They are funded.
They are funded, okay. So the 10 that's unfunded, they're not there.
Well, we still have those allocations. So
Right.
basically, overall, since that time period, we're going to go back a decade of when this began.
Not all the recession.
We have not increased. So those are still unfunded, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And you're working okay? I mean,
You know, I think we have a lot of innovative staff that, you know, we've been able to shift things around. And, you know, we went paperless about 8 years ago.
that time we did.
Yeah, it was about the same time. That alleviated, you know, different clerical type of positions and support.
Yeah.
So we have been able to deal with it, but, you know, again, I think we just have some really hardworking, dedicated staff and intelligent, you know, folks that can shift things around.
Right. And how about turnover in your department?
You know, it's interesting because I was listening, you know, to the prior folks talk about it. I think we still have, you know, a certain amount, but it's a lot less than it has been. As a matter of fact, there's sort of been a little shift lately of we're getting folks from other counties. The last couple of years, that's been happening, yeah. So that's kind of a neat little shift. I would say, you know, our only competitor truly is the state, you know, just like Manuel said, you know, CDCR. So for us, it's parole, you know, people going to parole. They are hiring again, so the shift is going to happen again. We're, you know, probably going to lose a few folks. Yeah. But we've got people, you know, calling us constantly. Are you guys hiring? Probably mostly Fresno County. Hope they're listening today.
I like it. So
it used to be the other way around. We lost a lot of folks to Fresno County.
Oh, tell me about it.
I didn't realize.
And I missed your name, hon.
Stephanie Stokel.
Justine?
Stephanie.
Oh, Stephanie. I can't hear out this ear and this is deaf. So,
that's okay. I thought you would have remembered me by now. I'm just teasing.
I know, I should.
I remember you, Stephanie.
I remember your name, though. That's here, though, see. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
That's it. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
The next set of budgets for your consideration are the fire department budgets, which begins on page 295 of the budget book. There are 3 separate budget orgs in the fire department, and these are the fire prevention budget, the Chick-Chancey budget, and the Riverstone budget. The fire prevention budget is the main budget and it includes the funding for county's fire stations, excluding Station 8 Chick-Chancey and Riverstone. The recommended expenditures is $6,212,254. It's a decrease of $171,781 from the current fiscal year. However, this decrease is not a decrease in services and is solely due to a change in methodology of how fire equipment replacements are budgeted and paid for. As mentioned in our presentation earlier, replacement equipment funding is appropriated separately under a fire asset replacement reserve. Outside of this change in methodology, appropriations for the fire prevention operations are actually increasing $432,701, primarily due to the cost of the recently approved CAL FIRE agreement and an increase in appropriations for paid call firefighter support. There are 5 positions allocated to this budget, one of which is unfunded. And with your permission, I will read the other 2, and then we'll take the questions at the same time. The second fire budget is the Chick-Chancey budget, with appropriations of $891,593, reflecting an increase of $40,964 based on the recently approved CAL FIRE agreement. The current MOU provides for the reimbursement of CAL FIRE staffing costs and county administrative overhead charges. And the third and last fire budget is the Riverstone budget, with appropriations of $581,889, reflecting an increase of $17,527 based on the recently approved CAL FIRE budget. Matt Watson from the Fire Department is available for any questions or comments.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I just want to, just one quick little statement is I know there was some information being passed around that our budget had decreased, and Joel explained that. We have 22 line items. 14 of those line items were increased this year. 2 line items were decreased, and both of those were associated with employee costs, and we had 6 remaining the same. So our overall budget did increase, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
It makes it rough to try. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead. You go ahead. You just go ahead.
I didn't have it on there.
Supervisor Frazier, go ahead.
I just pushed after Tom had started, but I just want to thank you guys publicly for everything that you do with Les, and you still have my commitment to try and get you more coverage for your engines. So
Yeah, and we appreciate the Board of Supervisors' support. I mean, it's been huge over the last few years, and we've seen significant changes in the fire department. And, your number one priority of that workshop was public safety, and I know that we're continuing those talks, and that seems very hopeful, so appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll stay vigilant of it, and just because one thing didn't work doesn't mean we won't find something else, so you still have my support.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Better have. No, I just can't thank you guys enough, but some of this false information has been going out about how we lowered this. It just irks me when they put this out to the people, and I want to thank Eric for his response. I got a list of all those 2 people so that I want to change that so I send it all to them, because I think it's very important that the public knows what we've been doing to help them, and Matt's saying it right here, so I don't want nobody thinking that we have cut a penny. We have not. We've readjusted things, but we've done that in every department we have for the last 5 years since we've done our study to make it more efficient and save money so we can put the things we need out there, for whether it's fire, sheriff, or you guys even. So.
Can you do a quick cap of the equipment we've purchased this year?
So this year, we placed one engine in service the other day, and you guys saw that, engine 3. Right. Currently on order are the 2 water tenders the board approved last fiscal year. This year we have on order 2 engines and another water tender, so 3rd water tender on order.
And the ladder truck.
And the Chichancy funded ladder truck and the Valley Children's funded ladder truck. Right. So.
Right. I want the public to know that as well. I think those are important pieces of information. Also, looking forward to getting some of those Type 6 vehicles in operation. I think that is a good plan. I think it's going to generate revenue for the county in the end, as you've put out there, and I believe it'll be a very beneficial part of our fleet. Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah. Thank you for all you do.
Thanks.
Doing a great job.
Thank you.
The next budget is the Ag Commissioner budget on page 321. Stevie McNeil, Agricultural Commissioner, is here, and I would like to present both of her budgets together, though they're a little bit out of order. Recommended appropriations for the Ag Commissioner budget are $1,655,737, representing a slight increase of $4,434 from the prior year. The department is responsible for statewide programs which protect the agricultural industry, the environment, and welfare of the general public. The budget includes 18 allocated positions, of which 3 remain unfunded, as in the previous fiscal year. The second budget under CV is predatory animal control, and that starts on page 363 of the budget book. Recommended appropriations for predatory animal control are $77,672, representing a slight increase of $1,523 from the prior fiscal year due to a USDA 2% increase in overhead. This budget supports full-time trapper services. Now I'll turn it over to Stevie for questions or comments.
Supervisors, I'm pleased to present the proposed budget for the Ag Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures for 17-18. And as admin requested that we hold the line, we were able to do that, and so that's good. There's really no significant changes from last year. We monitor and issue approximately 1,000 pesticide-related permits each year. And we do field inspections, we do export commodity inspections so commerce can move all over the world. We do insect trapping, nursery and seed inspections, organic work, certified producers, certified markets, apiary, and crop report, which will most likely be coming out sometime in August. I'll be presenting that. On the weights and measures side, we have many commercial devices that are registered in Madera County, and this is all about equity and fairness in the marketplace. In other words, if you pump a gallon, you should be getting a gallon. We test for that. And scanners in supermarkets and anything like that where there's a point where you're tendering money for the service. And so that about covers it. I would like to say it's not part of this topic, but I want to thank you very much for your efforts in moving forward with working on the ag building. We're looking very much forward to that, and I appreciate that very much.
That building that you're in now is so dilapidated.
It's a challenge.
Yes.
It can be a challenge.
We're going to have to sell it at some point. You don't want to.
Thank you, Steve. You really, I think, have really brought the Ag Commissioner's position a couple steps higher than it's been for a long time. I just want to thank you for that. And yes, that building was built in about 1890, I think so. And we're really trying to get that going. So it'd be nice having that change. But I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate what you have done to step it up for all our programs.
One of our things we try to do is don't be afraid to use common sense. And I try and get that across to the staff.
You did a great job in that area.
Okay.
Were you at the ribbon cutting for that one, Tom?
I hope so. Oh, yeah. You know, I think I was, but if I wasn't, I was close to it.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, we're still the fastest growing ag economy in the United States, which means the world. That's almost 3 years running. And it's great that you could hold the line on your budget in such an increased environment. I've also heard a lot that I should say to you, appreciation from ag producers and vendors that operate in ag of the common sense that you just talked about.
Glad to hear that.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, the next budget will be for predatory animal control, and this is a service that the county enters into with USDA Animal Health, and it's a cost-share program, and this year it's $77,672, and this is for the health, safety, and protection of humans, animals, and property in Madera County.
I can say
Any questions?
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, I can just say he's doing one heck of a job. I mean, good.
One thing I have put in place is because it was, not that there was anything wrong with it, but when it was run through here in this office on 4th Street, I asked him to call into me, give me updates, several times a month, what's going on. If there's any issue, I want to know right away so I can let you know. And so we've really increased the communication there. So.
Well, you and him helped write our new ordinance so that we can actually shoot an animal in those protected areas we couldn't even shoot, so we had to change our ordinance, and you guys brought that to us to be able to do that to protect our citizens.
And this is the time you're going to probably start hearing about it, Supervisor Wheeler, is that the feral pigs are going to start moving into like Yosemite Lake parks and some of those.
They are.
And we've been fortunate in the years past, whenever they take disease testing, they've come out clean. But statewide, we're trying to see some things, and we did have that one in the fall that tested positive for pseudo-rabies. So we want to be watching that carefully. So now we have a mechanism that we can actually do something.
Do something about it. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Feral pigs they're going to be an increased problem nationally. The numbers are exponential. They give birth to like 4 or 5 sets per year.
Yeah.
They're a very disease-ridden animal
as
well, so it could be a serious problem.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Go to work.
Oh, okay.
No, go to work.
Okay.
The next budget recommended for consideration is the fire prevention for land development, starting on page 327 of the budget book. Recommended appropriations are $326,712, representing an increase of $55,558 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to funding a certified permit technician position. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 5 positions with 3 left unfunded. This reflects a new position, the certified permit technician, created as approved by your board on December 1st, 2016, and shifted to this department due to interdepartmental reorganization. Deborah Mahler, County Fire Marshal, and Matt Traver, Director of Planning, are both available for any questions or comments.
Good morning.
No major changes in my budget, with the exception of what Joel already specified with the permit tech. We are running a lot of permits, so having that increase of ability with that higher position of a permit tech versus an office assistant is really coming in handy with all the development that we're doing, in the Riverstone area. So we are actually, our revenue just for this fiscal year is 20% higher than budgeted. So we are cruising right along there, and I'm available if you have any questions.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yep.
You were actually very refreshing from circumstances I know of elsewhere. Very refreshing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you gotten Tom off your back?
He's always there. We like Tom.
You see that smile?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next budget is the building inspections budget on page 331 of the budget book. Recommended appropriations are $1,632,801, representing an increase of $123,482 from the prior year. The increase is primarily attributed to leasing two additional vehicles for use by building inspectors, cost of recommended staffing, funding outside contractors for specialized plan checking, and maintenance of the POSSE database. The department recommends 14 allocated positions, of which all remain funded as in the previous fiscal year. One office assistant position is recommended as being converted to a building inspector position to better meet needs of the division. In addition, to address the expected workload, an extra help position is planned to be utilized. Extra help staff are being used in the interim to confirm that revenue generated will fully cover the position. Matt Traber, Director of Planning, is available to answer any questions or comments.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you to all administration for the assistance and the help in the budget. I'm here for any questions. We are staffing up on our inspection service as well as working on expediting plan check for all the new development that's occurring out on the 41 corridor. So I'm here for any questions you might have.
Great job, Matt.
Good job.
Keep doing
Thank
it. Yeah.
Keep her up.
That was one of our more problematic departments originally when I arrived here, and Tom knows we've been working on it for years, and you guys have done a fantastic job of turning it around. Thank you.
In the interest of time, and with the board's permission, we'll move up the planning budget, as Matt Traber is already here.
Which one?
Make him come back.
The planning budget.
Oh, okay.
Starting on page 345 of the budget book. Recommended appropriations are $2,364,109, representing an increase of $62,474 from the prior fiscal year due to cost of recommended staffing. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 17 positions, of which 4 remain unfunded as in the previous fiscal year. One planner position is recommended to be unfunded and the deputy director position funded. Matt Traber, Director of Planning, is available for any questions or comments.
Once again, thank you to everyone for the assistance on this. Planning Division, not a lot of changes there. We're moving forward. We do have some openings, recent staff departure that we'll be looking in the future, but appreciate all the assistance. Here for any questions the board may have.
With everything going on right now, Tony, go up by 63,000 is pretty impressive.
I'm impressed.
Yeah. Good job.
I'd like to say, too, I think you do a great job of communicating with the board as well.
You're talking without doing it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Thank you. Are you okay with those unfunded positions? I know our growth has been going on, and I think there's a lot more stuff happening. I know up there, even not counting our big projects out here. Are you about ready to come back and need more people on some of these inspections and stuff?
I would say that we've taken a good look at that, and not at this stage or for this fiscal year. We do run a very lean ship up there, but there are a lot of people and we get that paperwork out. We haven't seen a lot of delays. The entitlement aspects are picking up for sure, but I'm confident in the staffing levels that we have allocated in the budget.
It really helps when you got lean and mean people, and they know what they're doing, and we've weeded out all the fat and sassy. Got lean and mean now, so it's nice. Thank you, man.
Supervisor Frazier?
I'm still here, Tom. You're fat and sassy.
Well, I don't think you are.
Yes. Just fat. Yeah. No, just make sure that if we do need that, if it starts ramping up.
Right.
And I also want to make, or have you say on record, or if you think so, this is self-funded, correct? This is from fees paid for by applicants. Is that correct? So if we're having this conversation about adding more staff because of it, those costs would be covered because there's more work, right? And there's more fees coming in.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, when we look at the budget and we work with administration, right, that net county cost and the cost to the taxpayers, and having a department and a division that's covered under their revenue and their permits, code enforcement and fines and penalties and those things, that's key, right? And I won't be here proposing increased staffing levels if I don't have that revenue to offset that. So, we have a current opening now. We have not filled that position. We will probably send that out for recruitment, right? But I want to make sure whatever we do, we have those revenues to offset the cost 100%.
So if we added another planner, it's not taken away from being able to add another firefighter or another
That is correct, yes. This would not impact that.
Good point.
Supervisor Roger?
Are we covering code enforcement right now?
No.
It's within the planning budget,
Okay,
yes.
yeah. What I wanted to say was I'd like to see us expand the graffiti abatement through that. I don't know how we did it. We've discussed this before, and I wanted to make that public that I've got even a bunch of paint I want to donate to the project, and I think there's a lot of that out there that people would be willing to donate paint and to get graffiti out of the county, because I believe one of the most important elements of economic development is to present a clean, beautiful corridor for commercial and residential. You can have all the niceties in the world, and if it doesn't look nice, it just doesn't present. And I think that's an important aspect. I want to keep on top of that. You probably have seen that in my emails through the years.
I'm very well, and I couldn't agree more. We do a lot of work with Public Works on the solid waste side to capture that paint as it's coming in to utilize for that.
Thank you so much.
The next recommended...
Folks, let's take a 10-minute break at this time.
Hey, Supervisor.
Again.
Let's ride.
We can get through 3 if Tom's not here.
Oh, no.
Eric?
You're it, man.
You're up.
All right. The next budget for your consideration is the elections budget, which is, backtrack, is the county clerk recorder budget, which begins on page 339 of the budget book. With your permission, we'll also take the elections budget at the same time, as Meg Martinez is here for any questions. So the clerk recorder budget begins on page 339. Recommended appropriations of $969,101 reflect a reduction of $57,140 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to the cost of recommended staffing, including funding an additional half accounting technician from the prior fiscal year. The department recommends 11 allocated positions, with 2 of those to be unfunded. The other 0.5 of the accounting technicians is recommended to be funded in the elections budget. The elections budget would recommend appropriations of $988,442, presents an increase of $206,967 from the prior fiscal year. The increase is primarily attributed to election-related expenses, the cost of replacing an election server, contract charges for election software, and funding for an additional half of an accounting technician. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 6 positions, of which 1 is unfunded. Rebecca Martinez, Clerk Recorder and Registrar of Voters, is available for any questions.
You do a great job, girl.
Come on, say something. Everybody, the public needs to know who you are.
If they don't know by now, they never will. You've been doing this for a long time.
Rebecca Martinez, Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters. I have obviously no objections to my budget. It was approved, and hopefully the board will approve the recommended budget. I have to say that the first time we worked with Joel has been a pleasant experience for us.
Mic on. Mic on.
I don't talk loud enough?
Huh?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
It was a pleasure to work with Joel. When he had any questions about our budget, he came back to us for clarification, and so it was a really good experience for us to work with him, and a pleasure, obviously. Clerk Recorder budget, or elections, I should say, increased because of printing costs. Printing costs were off the charts in November of 16, and I don't anticipate that they're going to get any less. Unless, of course, we buy a new voting system, which unless, of course, we'll be coming to you in the near future, maybe September, maybe August, with some sort of a contract. We hope to go out to RFP by the end of July, first part of August. So we'll see where we land. But Madera County is in need of a new voting system. Ours is antiquated. It works very well, but it's working on old software. Back from 2000.
Windows 95.
Oh.
Well, we're on XP.
Oh, Jesus. Wow.
We're on Windows XP. Wow. So the system that we are looking for is a system that is not connected to the Internet. So it'll be similar to what we have, and we'll count centrally just like we do now. So. But other than that, I have nothing else unless you have questions.
Yeah, I know a big bugaboo is voter fraud. Would a new system help? I know there's no voter fraud here. I'm just saying, are there new safeguards that can help aid against what people are saying?
I think that the integrity of our elections have been maintained very well. And I have a hard time with election fraud because we know that it happens, most certainly. I don't believe, however, that it happens to the degree that people say that it is, right? We had someone who came into our office and said, this is voter fraud. Somebody voted my daughter's ballot. And as it turned out, after we did a little bit of investigating, it was not anybody from the outside. It was brother who thought, you know what, I'm not going to be here, so I'll go ahead and vote my sister's ballot. And he signed his name to it.
Wow.
So you always have those instances where there is an answer. I received a report just before the 2016 election that had a list of people who were potentially over 100 years old. And, of course, I took a random look at all those people that were over 100 years old, and they were data entry errors in the date of birth. There was a list there of people who were deceased and still voting. So I took a random sampling of those folks, and those folks were alive. Some of them were out there at Cedar Creek. What I have to say about people that are voting that are dead is those people are dead. They're not voting. So what we're really talking about is that someone picked up their ballot from the mailbox, voted it, and sent it in.
No kidding.
Right? So
So if you have that happen, the signature isn't going to match. We match every signature on a vote by mail envelope that comes in. We have to qualify every single one of them. We don't take hundreds of them and say, well, we're not going to check those today because we're a little busy. We have to, by law, check every signature. That's the safeguard. That's what prevents that voter fraud. And so when they say that dead people are voting, they're not. They're dead, clearly. So it would mean that someone took their ballot out of the mailbox and signed a name and sent it in. It's not going to qualify.
And I love that the losing side always thinks that everybody that voted fraudulently voted for them, right? Or voted for the other person.
Exactly,
I don't
exactly.
think it works that way.
Right. But we have looked into all those accusations that we get. We have no way of knowing about non-citizens. I'm sure it happens. Does it happen to a large degree? I don't believe that it does.
And I was happy to have gone through a tour during an election season when I wasn't up for election, and the amount of safeguards that you have in and people that don't even see from one place to the next was, I thought, pretty amazing. So it's a tough job you do, and you do it very well.
Well, what we're planning here within the next couple of months is we will be proposing a new model of voting under the 450 section. So we're going to call in a group of diverse folks. We'll put something out, an invitation. And what we'd like to do is something that we are calling a day in the life of a vote by mail ballot, so that they get the opportunity to see where that ballot begins. Right? So we order the ballot paper, we get those things printed, we receive them, we issue those ballots, they go to the mail, through the mail service, they start coming in. And we want everyone to get a good idea of what happens once we get them in, right? So we scan them, we know that we've received them. We then go through the signature verification process. If it's good, then no problem, they go into one pile. If it's not a good signature, it goes into what we call a challenge. And then we get 2 or 3 people to also look at those signatures and then, try and qualify them. They're then, the envelopes are slit when the law allows us to do that. The ballots are separated. They're all put into containers. They're stored in a locked facility that very few people have access to. I have cut myself off so I don't have access. So if I have to come in at night and work, then no one can say, or they can say, but they can't say that I went in there and did anything with those ballots because I don't have access. I've cut myself off intentionally. The same as with my assistant. He also does not have access after hours.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, I just, first of all, thank you for a great job. On your allotted people, are you okay? I mean, are you short? Are you working okay with your...
With staffing?
Yeah.
Right now, I think I'm doing okay with the approval of the funding of the accounting technician. That's going to help us out significantly, and at least help us get back some reimbursements that we haven't been able to bill out.
Because you get a lot of those reimbursements that
we get a lot of reimbursements. So like whenever we do a November election, we get reimbursements back from all of the school districts and the 2 cities and things of that sort. Yeah, we collected a lot of money this last year for elections.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
The next recommended budget for consideration is the Water and Natural Resources budget, starting on page 351 of the budget book. This budget organization was created for the Water and Natural Resources Department within the Development Services as established on May 3rd, 2016. Recommended appropriations of $652,170 reflect a decrease of $69,867 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to activity costs in the Groundwater Sustainability Program. Appropriations include costs of the Water and Natural Resources Director, services and supplies, and $430,730 for the groundwater sustainability program, which is to be offset with grant funds. Julia Berry, Director of Water and Natural Resources Department, is available for any questions or comments.
So I could make a joke and say my staff and I are available for any questions. But the truth is, I just want to take this opportunity while the public's listening also to really say that I'm not alone in this. I have a lot of support, especially from the planning department. You know, what we do in our department is very map-driven, and Becky Beavers does all the mapping and never complains for my department. And, you know, I want to say thank you to Ahmad and to Andrea and to Dario Dominguez, who is my technical team on the public works side. And then, you know, environmental health is there for me from well permitting to research, you know, Tongdi and her staff, and I'm not alone. So I could make that joke, but it really wouldn't be true. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you for doing a good job.
Thank you so much for what you do.
The next recommended budget for consideration is LAFCO, Local Agency Formation Commission, starting on page 355. Appropriations of $44,430 are recommended for the 2017-18 for the county's annual contribution to the shared county city fund. This represents an increase of $13,745. The county's contribution for the prior fiscal year was partially funded from LAFCO reserves. However, the normal contribution is expected to resume for the 17-18 fiscal year. The county receives reimbursement from LAFCO of approximately $24,500 for services performed by county staff, such as audit accounting, planning, legal, and engineering services. Matt Traver, Director of Planning, is available for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Board. I'm here for any questions you might have.
Sit down. Good job. So Davey's doing a good job.
Will do.
The next budget for your consideration is Animal Services, starting on page 357. Recommended appropriations are $1,300,470, representing an increase of $61,340 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to costs of recommended staffing. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 17 positions, of which 5 remain unfunded, as in the previous fiscal year.
We're trying to track down the director, but we can't get a hold of her. So if there are questions, we'll continue to try to get a hold of her.
It's not going to be really of her anyway. When do we start looking at just some planning for looking at what we need to do to expand
the building?
The building out there, what do we need to do?
That's a good question, Supervisor. One of the things we're doing right now is updating our capital improvement plan, and that'll then translate to changes to the development impact fees. And most likely I think it's in the general government category, we have a piece in there for a new facility. Mm-hmm. And so as more residents or more projects come online, we're going to collect more development impact fees and more will go in there. However, one of the things we've talked about with the city is having some sort of joint impact fee since it's a joint facility. And so that's definitely something we probably need to explore.
Would that also be with the city of Chowchilla? Do we bring in their?
They have their own. It's small, but that's potential too.
So yeah, it's just you and staff have done such a great job of looking forward to facilities that we need. It was evidenced today. We talked about the public health and DSS buildings that we're going to be doing over there. We've looked at moving the ag department to where they need to be. This is one that I think just with some planning, we can look at doing what we need to do there. Granted, this one's going to be, other than the campus, which is a lot of subvented dollars, but this is going to be a pretty big chunk. just starting to plan for it, and maybe it takes 5 years, maybe it takes 10, maybe things pick up and we can do it quicker. So
we got to do the plan.
But we have to have a plan, just like we've start setting stuff aside, and I think we can get there.
Yes, and it is identified we have a master plan of that campus area, Road 28 and Avenue 14, and there's a new facility identified, exactly where it's going to go. So it's all been planned for. It's just we need to find a funding source to take it to the next step.
Yeah, that's the funding planning now.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I just wanted to find out about how the city of Madera specifically, what percentage of their activity they're actually funding, and I know they're at, what, $75,000?
Actually, I believe we're at $175,000
okay.
with the city contribution. And that's something that was negotiated.
I couldn't remember the exact figure.
Seems like it was 3-4 years ago now. We sat down with the city and we really looked at the workload and the impact. So that addresses the day-to-day operations, but not the capital side of things.
Right. Okay. I know overall we need to look at funding a grant writer for administration overall, and then that would be a project that they could also look at writing a grant for. There's a lot of money out there available for grants on animal-type activity, and that would be one of them. So
that's a very good point, and I believe we have a grant services manager position that's going to Civil Service Commission this month? Next month. Okay.
Next
soon,
month, right.
Very soon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that because I believe it's going to pay for itself in the long run. And it's
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah.
Civil Service.
Thank you. I think, we're going to start meeting with the cities now, and I think that that's one of the things that we talked about when Brett and I were doing the negotiation on tax sharing, that we need to make a agenda of what we're going to be talking with, and I think, and when our last meetings, we actually threw that out. I just call it dog catcher, but and I think that should be on the agenda when we have that joint meeting.
Okay.
And start a conversation with that, and the animal people, just like up there, you got to see what they're doing. They're almost got leveled ready to start. In fact, they brought the plans down here. Now they're in here. They brought them down last Tuesday or Thursday for our shelter up there.
Right.
And they've raised so much money, and if we started that process, like Brett was saying, those people are going to bring money in. They're going to have fundraisers, and they don't bring in a couple bucks. One person wrote a check for $120,000 to us up there, just like that, when they knew that we were at that point to start doing.
Yeah.
So I think it's just something we got to have on the agenda and get it going.
Right.
So
I feel the same way as the members up here as far as the shelter over there. I was over there 2-3 times, and I took my dog in to have him put away, and I buried him. But in the meantime, he was there a couple of days, and the facility's not what it should be. They have a trailer there that's half refrigerated. It's not right. I think we should prioritize that issue so that in the near future, we can talk to the city and the county and kind of make that an issue that we want to improve on. Like Supervisor Wheeler said, it's an emotional issue, and people, we all know that we're close to our pets. Almost everybody has a pet. And we want them taken care of when they're alive and also when they're dead. So let's let's make that an issue that we can discuss over and over again to get more people involved, and let's go for grants so that we can do something that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The next recommended budget for approval is for Fish and Game, starting on page 365. Recommended expenditures of $5,000 are unchanged from the prior fiscal year. This budget supports expenditures for the preservation and propagation of wildlife and for natural history education. We are available for questions or comments.
Where does this $5,000 go?
I'm going to explain it. So, what this money, next I'm going to talk, I got my name punched up there.
Go ahead.
But I was on that committee for years before I was ever elected. This is actually, it should put in here too, Fish and Game fines dollars. They're from fines that if you get caught fishing without a license, or you catch too many, or you shoot something without a tag, the courts, levy fines, and then we get those dollars to do projects like this. It's all projects. Most of the ones they've done lately is Hensley and lakes and stuff, making fish habitat and stuff like that. And that money all comes from fines, so it don't come out of our general budget or anything else. So I think we ought to put something on there besides just fish and game. Add fines on it, whatever. And that committee is appointed by us, and I forgot who's leading it now, but it was Neil McDougall for years. So, and all the people on there have to be from Madera County too.
Right. So, yeah, if this can put in where the revenue comes from, is revenue from fines or something like that.
Right.
I mean, don't take too much time on this.
Well, it does on the second page. It says financed by court fines. Yeah.
So we could change the title. The title could reflect fines if you want. I'll title the
Fish
budget.
and Wildlife.
Fish and Game fines, or...
No, don't put wildlife. Do that.
Fish and Game special projects.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Something like that.
Fish and Game fines dollars.
Can we appoint a committee to discuss this?
You're on it.
Do you want that blue or yellow?
Both.
Hey,
both.
Yellow.
Both.
This could go on all day.
We're going to make it for you.
General government.
Right. The next budget for your consideration is the Board of Supervisors budget, which begins on page 1 of the budget book. Recommended expenditures of $1,700,055 represent an increase of $95,745 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to the additional extra help appropriations to provide adequate support to the clerk of the board during the fiscal year. This budget has 16 allocated positions, of which 3 are unfunded. Wanda Cargill, Chief Clerk of the Board, is available for any questions on this budget.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just speak from my position here.
No.
Thank you. First off, I work for the best bosses in the county, so I appreciate that. We have a great staff, and our whole department is a really strong team, so I really appreciate that as well. I just wanted to let you know that some of the things that are coming up for us this next fiscal year, as you know, we've gone electronic for the 700 forms. That involves our staff training other filing officers, because we work with the school districts and water districts who file through our office as well. And we're trying to get the whole public to file electronically, which helps a great deal with FPPC when people are asking if you filed or not. We also work very closely with our auditor's office on the One Solution. We've been heavily involved with them with the contract management. We've worked very closely with a consultant to make sure that they're meeting, that program is going to meet the requirements that we need to be able to track the contracts. We've been working very closely with IT on the AV equipment for the board chambers, and then we've been recently working very closely with IT and administration on the RFP that's going to be going out very soon. And then for Acela, we're going to be looking at holding some workshops for staff, because we've had a high turnover in staff, and then there's also some efficiency there's also some processes that will make it more efficient that we just need to kind of train the staff on. So we have a lot to look forward in the future, and available for any questions.
Doing a great job. Thank you.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is Administrative Management and Purchasing on page 7 of your budget book. Recommended appropriations are $890,896, representing an increase of $52,307 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to the cost of recommended staffing. The department requests a staffing allocation of 10 positions, of which 4 are unfunded. This is an increase from the prior fiscal year of 2 positions, adding a grants manager position and an unfunded administrative analyst position to establish a county grants management function. These positions are expected to be fully funded by grants in later fiscal years. We are here for any questions you may have on this budget.
Does that includes the thought that we'll get the grant writer through the...
That's correct, Supervisor. We have a portion of the year budgeted. from October on.
Right, October 1st.
That's good. Okay.
We may have, I'm sorry. We may look at some possible partnerships with the grant writing to facilitate a widespread use of this with maybe private partnerships and other public partnerships like schools who, small schools have a difficult time, school districts have a difficult time finding a position like this. They may be interested in partnering with us on opportunities. So it is an opportunity to consolidate on a large scale. Might want to see how that works first, though.
Let's get our money first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is for the Auditor Controller, starting on page 11 of your budget book. Recommended appropriations are $2,347,933, representing an increase of $218,760 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to the cost of recommended staffing. The department requests a staffing allocation of 24 positions, of which 4 remain unfunded as in the previous fiscal year. This includes a staffing plan change, eliminating an accounting position, an accounting tech position, senior accountant auditor position, and a chief accountant auditor position, and adding an accountant auditor position, an administrative analyst position, and an assistant auditor controller position. Todd Miller, auditor controller, was unable to attend, but Sharon Briscoe, chief accountant auditor, is available for any questions or comments.
Todd sends his regrets today that he was unable to attend, but he's currently trying to outrun some buffalo in Yellowstone Park in his vintage Franklin.
Tell him we send our happiness that he wasn't here.
So I am his substitute to answer any questions you may have.
So,
Supervisor Wheeler?
yeah, so you guys are doing pretty good with your staffing now that you have, and it's been, we've really ramped it up, I think, as supervisors to get what we need.
And I'm one of the
to get what
recipients. I'm one of your new hires.
You're one of them?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome. And what do you think?
I love it. I think that the department is now right-sized. I think in the past it has suffered from not having the right staff and the right number of staff.
Right. Well, the right ones is really important.
We've done the right planning, and I think that going forward we're in a very good position to improve the operations of the Auditor Controller's office.
Where'd you come from?
I actually came from Fresno State.
Oh, right out of school?
Actually, I was the budget director for Fresno State.
Oh.
For 10 years.
Wow. Cool.
Excellent. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is the assessor's budget, starting on page 15. Recommended appropriations of $2,417,379 represent a reduction of $299,734 from the prior fiscal year. The decrease is primarily in expenditures in professional and specialized services relating to the SCAP grant ending in fiscal year 2016-17. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 37 positions, of which 10 are unfunded. This reflects eliminating 1 assessment office manager position and 1 supervising CAD drafting tech position, and reclassifying as 1 chief assessment services position. Gary Smada, assessor, is available for any questions or comments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as the synopsis was read to you, the reduction in our budget is primarily a function of not receiving the SCAP app monies that we have received over the last 3 years, but we hopefully will underspend our budget for the 3rd consecutive year once again. We also think that we have adequate staffing to fulfill our obligation of putting a name and number on all the parcels of land and creating a property tax roll for the county. We also have used cross-training and additional training to supply people that now can fill in areas all through the office. And we also hope that we are consistently providing quality leadership from within the organization by cross-training and exposing people to all the different kinds of jobs that will be available, creating our leadership of tomorrow by supplementing and training the people we have today. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Gary, with the new, dissolving of the Board of Equalization, would that put a extra strain on your department? Well, we'll have to wait and see what the ultimate findings are of the new formation of the Board of Equalization. If they turn that process completely over to the court system, it will change the way that we approach appeals dramatically. But we haven't, Mr. Chairman, yet received notification that we are going to eliminate our local board. So, yes, it will change the way that we look at appeals if it actually transitions to the courts. Okay. Currently not.
I just wanted to, again, highlight that we've said it in numerous different ways, but you came to us, asked for the SCAP, we gave it, you did what you said you were going to do, and then it went away. I mean, this should be the model of how special projects work, right? There's a reason for it, you do it, and then it goes away. And you're not back here saying, oh, I still need this, I still need this. This should be the model of how a special project is done. And I just wanted to put it in a different light and highlight it.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah, I also wanted to say the same thing, but in addition to that, you guys just do a great job. This is our revenue generating. This is where majority of our revenue comes from, and it's important that we don't miss assessments, and we get escaped assessments, and that we solve problems like you have done. We've had several problems that have existed for years, and you've been able to solve those problems. I just want the public to know you're doing a great job, and that it's so important. The trees that have been planted through the last several years have been millions of them. And those are some of them beginning to come online. And your anticipation of that revenue, just a brief synopsis of your thoughts there. In addition to the actual numbers you brought in, do you think that those are conservative? Your thoughts there as well?
I think our roll will turn this year and increase our roll approximately 2.5%. We will exceed $13 billion this year. I think the job that has been done by our department is credible enough and equal enough that we will do that without substantial pushback on the valuation, meaning that I believe the roll value will produce that amount of property tax for not only this year but going forward. The trees that you're talking about, unfortunately, are going to have water consistently going forward. And should we not manage that process adequately, if there is a reduction in the amount of usable water for acreage that supports one of the mainstays of our economic strata, we could see a substantial reduction in overall land values. And that would obviously equate to a huge loss for Madera County because we are so steeped in the agricultural business.
Well said. That's exactly what I was anticipating that you would say, and I think that's an important statement right there. The governor should be listening to that, as well as the legislature. We're not the only ones that are at risk here, but the entire Central Valley. So it's an important project.
Very much.
Also, we've got Southeast Madera coming online as well. So
yes,
many homes being built there, and great values to be realized. Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is the Treasurer Tax Collector budget, starting on page 21 of your budget book. Recommended appropriations are $1,365,494, representing an increase of $120,248 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to cost of recommended staffing. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 11 positions, of which all are funded. This includes funding a previously unfunded accounting tech and flexibly staffing an accountant auditor position to include the supervising level. Tracy Kennedy, Treasurer Tax Collector, is available for any questions or comments.
Yay, Tracy.
Good morning. Tracy Kennedy, your County Treasurer Tax Collector. I'd like to give a shout out to Dawn Hunt in my department. Today is her 28th year anniversary with my department, so 28 years. I still beat her by 2. But anyway, yeah, so 28 years. So she stuck it out. Appreciate it. Behind her, the next one in line is 7 years, and everybody else is less than 5, some just 3 months in time. So as you can imagine, we are doing intense cross-training right now because we need to. So that's a big deal. With Gary Savannah, the assessor, was talking about assessments and escapes. Supervisor Rogers mentioned he's been a real dream to work with, I have to say. Gary Savannah has. He understands what happens after they leave, after the tax bill leaves his department and the auditor, goes ahead and puts the tax rates on it, and we send it, then it's up to us to collect it. And if it's not a valid tax bill, or the people aren't even in Madera County anymore, then it's a lot of work for really no return. And Mr. Savanda gets that, so I appreciate it.
Thanks.
And I also appreciate Joel. Thank you. And Eric.
Praise here today, buddy.
A lot. And I don't even know Kirkpatrick, but I think I'm going to like him too.
Thanks, Tracy.
Is that Sir Patrick? Is that what you said?
Excuse me?
You say Sir Patrick?
I said Kirkpatrick.
Okay.
Didn't I? Yeah. But anyway, so if there's any questions, we are raising fees. There's something on the agenda tomorrow, trying to keep up with the cost of doing business. Only use your fees, not on everybody. If you pay your taxes when they're due, you'll never be impacted. So, and
very good.
Anyway,
a great job.
Great job.
Thank you.
The next budget for your consideration is the County Council budget, which begins on page 29. Recommended expenditures of $1,132,550 remains unchanged from the current fiscal year. There are no allocated positions in this budget, as County Council services are provided through an agreement with a private law firm. We are available for any questions on this budget.
Moving on.
The next recommended budget for consideration is Human Resources, starting on page 31 of your budget book. Recommended appropriations are $1,276,398, representing an increase of $87,517 from the prior fiscal year. This increase is primarily due to the cost of recommended staffing, including funding a previously unfunded personnel analyst. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 13 positions, of which 2 are unfunded. Adrienne Callip, Deputy CAO over Human Resources and Operations, is available for any questions or comments.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm happy to be here again another year, and each year I've been here to present, I've always said thank you for the level of funding you provided to my operation and to the support that I've received from all of you throughout the years. As Mr. Kirkpatrick has just shared, the primary increase in this budget is due to a request to fund another analyst position. And over the years, what we found in human resources professionals throughout the state of California is a significant increase in the amount of legislation that has impacted governmental operations. It has been Sometimes the tasks, quite honestly, have been daunting, but in keeping in mind the fact that we have a job to do and to help protect the county, as well as protect the employees of Madera County, we've lived up to that expectation in making sure that everything's been implemented. And I could not have done it without every single one of the staff members that's in my office. My assistant director, down to the 2 senior analysts I have, and every single one of the technicians and the program assistants have all chipped in where needed to make sure that we've implemented something correctly, down to those dreaded CalPERS audits. So I thank them, and I also thank the subvented departments for their continued revenue stream to keep the office running. So I'm open for any questions.
Supervisor Fraser?
And this is, I'm just picking this one as a perfect time because you may have these numbers as well. But going through these budgets, a lot of different departments, we're adding 1, 2 employees here and there. What is the total? Because it's easy to get into this, and it's micro. It's just 1 or 2, and it seems like a little bit. But I don't want to start where we're growing. We're doing a good job of having the right people that realize that we're paying you better now here, but we're going to ask you to do more. This is a doing organization, not. So I'm only picking it because you may know the number, but how many new positions overall based on this presented budget?
Supervisor, we'll need to confirm that number. I don't want to throw out a number without knowing for sure, so we'll get that to you before the end of.
Yeah, before we go through the end of it. Okay.
And may I,
Yes.
Supervisor Fraser, when you made your statement, it made me think about one thing, and one of the primary reasons why I made the request for the position is that a lot of what we do in human resources isn't necessarily seen on a week-to-week basis, like some of the other departments and the functions thereof. But a lot of the work that's done in human resources and the responses that we're required to give to departments, to employees, a lot of times will take a significant amount of research. And that takes time. Because the one thing that I hope that I have done for our employees in our departments is I do not give an answer unless I know that it's accurate. Right. And my staff members, they have that same thought process, and that's their goal. And so there are times that a lot of the things that we do take a tremendous amount of time to research, because I'd rather take a little bit more time to make sure that the answer is correct than take less time to give a wrong answer and then have to come back and change it.
I think they just did that too right here. I appreciated that.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Great answer. Yeah, I just want to say you do a fantastic job of protecting us, and that a lot of the reason that we're not in tremendous amount of litigation over and over again is due to your prowess and your watch ability over what goes on in human resources. Many organizations that do well to have a person like yourself, and do well to have a person who's has such a great ability in that area. I'm really proud of you. Thank you.
But none of those organizations are looking. You have to stay here. So
yeah,
I plan on it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next budget for your consideration is the Public Works budget, which begins on page 43. This budget is new for 2017-18 and is a result of a reorganization of the Public Works Department. It is intended to streamline cross-charging between different orgs and funds within the Public Works scope. This new budget incorporates all staffing and expenditures previously included under the engineering budget, plus several staff from the roads and the special districts budgets. The recommended expenditures of $3,878,519 represent an increase of $2,727,513 from the current year's appropriations for the engineering budget, and is solely due to the aforementioned shift of staffing costs from various funds. There are 38 positions in this budget, of which 5 are unfunded. It is also noted that the departments are recommending to add 1 Public Works Inspector position and 2 Program Assistant positions for a total of 3. However, this will be fully offset with the elimination of 1 Assistant Engineer, 1 Personnel Technician, and the unfunding of 2 Engineering Technician positions. Ahmad Al-Kayat, Director of Public Works, is available for any comments or questions.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here for your questions.
No statement?
Well, okay, well, here's a statement.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. Thanks, Amon.
Are we also looking at special district services in this one? Or is that going to be the next one where we have them up here?
Okay. Flood control.
Coming.
They're coming? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next budget for your consideration is the Special District Services budget, which begins on page 43. You recommend expenditures of $3,372,201, represents an increase of $411,494 from the current fiscal year, primarily due to the contract for the countywide rate studies, which accounts for $253,000, and update the liability rates. There are 21 allocated positions in this budget, which is a decrease of 3 positions from the current fiscal year as they were shifted to the Public Works budget. And Ahmad Al-Fayad is available for questions.
Again, I'm here for your questions, gentlemen.
I've got one. So, on these, and it's also kind of for administration too. So, on the special districts, am I to understand that this is all paid for by the special district's revenue, right?
Yes.
So, I guess in some of these things where it's not really being funded by the general fund, if we could have revenues and showing what's actually being, where the revenue is coming from, be it from special districts or like on the fish and game one that it's coming from fines, that it shows where where that revenue stream is coming from, and then to see if, because I know as we get into the special districts budgets later, a lot of the overhead and for administration is going up on some of those, and what's actually coming in. Are they paying their way to fund this fully? Is part of it coming from the general fund? Just to get an understanding of where that money is coming from and how if it's actually covering what it's supposed to be covering.
Supervisor Frazier, it's tucked actually on page 51. There is a breakdown. It may not be to the detail you are suggesting.
Okay.
Towards the bottom, there's a table.
No, I see it now.
I don't know that does that highlight the general fund and general fund contribution? There shouldn't be.
There shouldn't be, yeah. We don't, Supervisor, what you're looking for, I believe, is a projected financial statement with expenditures that give the net cost at the bottom.
Yeah, I'd just like to see like a profit and loss and balance sheet on most of these. It would be nice. I know that's not the way that government does their books. I just think it'd be easier if you have your revenues right, and then right underneath that you see where your expenditures are, and then you can see if it balances at the bottom.
Supervisor, we can definitely add that as a table.
We could put it on those
special districts,
especially special districts.
Yeah, I think special districts is more of an issue on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I do like what we're doing in terms of that. We're getting a better picture of what special districts are now than we did a few years ago. Yeah, it's just been. You guys are doing a great job. Now I'm just looking to fine tune it some more.
Right. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, maybe on some of these things when we know, like these dollars are coming from that, we could put in parentheses, like you got special district services and you got in parentheses 01340. Maybe we could put something on each one of these that those dollars come from special districts, those dollars come from the feds, on each one of these departments. So when people are looking at that, right now if they look at this, they don't know where those dollars are coming from, the average person. And so if we could designate each one of the categories, just like we have on here, underneath that first page on each one of them, whether it's discretionary dollars, whether it's mandated, whatever it might be, or like this from the special districts, it comes just from them, and it can't be used for nothing else.
We can definitely.
I'd just like to figure out some way to educate the public more, because doing that measure, we really found out that the public does not know how these monies work.
And when you look at it, I don't blame them.
Well, we've done it long enough now. I know most of it, but I don't know it all. And so if that was in there, that would even help me when I got to go explain something to somebody.
Supervisor Wheeler, we definitely could add that in that first page because we present the appropriations and appropriate accounts. We can do a revenue section in that one.
Get it out there so they know.
And then at the bottom, a net general
cost.
fund impact.
Yeah.
And then in here, I mean, it has maintenance of water and sewer for here? Or is it for, are they maintaining the water lines in this building? Or, because there's a lot of different water and sewer.
Or up in Northport,
Supervisor, at 1 o'clock, we will have a more detailed presentation for special districts budget.
Okay.
So this is just a general, this is correct.
Whoop, I did.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm calling. Can I help you?
Pick up the line.
I calling you?
$10 fine. Jesus. Let me ask you a question. Really, it's a basic question for you guys up front. Special districts, are they paying their way without having to borrow?
At this point, no.
They are not.
No.
So why do we use that phrase that we always use it as they have to pay their way, yet they keep borrowing, and we call it borrowing, but they'll never be able to pay back the way the situation is now.
The hope is in time, we're doing a study of all special districts and financial analysis and trying to determine where the rates need to be, and then they're systematically going to each district and getting the rates up. So the hope is in time, maybe in the next few years, we should have the rates where they need to be. But there is an effort going on right now to fix that, to turn that around. But we're in such a deficit in some districts, it's going to be hard to get there.
Yeah, and until this budget came out, we didn't even know really how far in the hole some of these districts were.
Well, that study's helping us too, so that audit we're doing. So.
Is there something in the future where we could put a clause there, a forgiveness clause to some of these districts? Because we know what they can't pay. They're so poor they can't pay. You can increase the rates, but you can't increase them to the point where they'll pay back. They'll be self-sufficient. They can't do it. They cannot do it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just like Eric said, there is currently ongoing a study for rate. It's a rate study with all our districts, and we will be coming to your board with each one of them for approval. Of course, that was paid by general fund. Eric said, I will sponsor it, but it will be paid back through the study. So we are actively working on it, working with the districts to bring everybody back in the black. So,
we'll talk about that at 1.
Yes, and we will talk more about it at 1 o'clock.
I'll have a couple more questions then, probably.
The next budget for your consideration is the Flood Control Services Fund, which begins on page 57. This budget is not a part of the general fund. It provides funding for flood system repair and other grant-funded projects. However, due to limited available funding, not all necessary projects can be performed at this time. As a result of this, the recommended expenditures of $2,473,225 represents a decrease of $1,281,870 from the current fiscal year based on the projected available funding. There are no positions allocated to this budget. Ahmed Al-Khayat, Director of Public Works, available for any comments or questions.
Again, I'm here for your questions.
More of a statement than a question. You and I have talked about this a lot because I believe that flood control is twofold. It's a twofold prong. One is very necessary at this time, and we can see that because of the snow melt and runoff and what have you. There's going to be major water coming down the sloughs and through the flood control channels. But the other aspect is perennial groundwater recharge, and we get a tremendous amount of recharge through those systems when they're kept maintenanced, and that's the key, the removal of arundo and unnecessary growth in those channels. So we need a funding source. I don't know, we obtained a grant, and we don't want to go backwards in this process because we've removed miles and miles of arundo, and it has to continue to be suppressed and removed. So that's more of a statement than a question, but I know you agree.
Yes, I do agree, and we're taking it into consideration.
Yeah.
It's a major problem. Major problem. Can't go backwards. We've gone miles and miles.
Yes.
Okay, I'm finished.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The next budget before you is the General Services budget found on page 61. The General Services Division is tasked with oversight of county facilities, janitorial services, utilities management, real property and lease management, as well as capital projects. The recommended budget for the General Services Division is $287,042, which is recommended increase $47,397. The increase is primarily due to the filling of the General Services Manager position, which I thank you for, in February of this year, as well as an increase in professional and specialized services to offset costs for project management and real property transactions. There are currently 3 positions allocated to this department, one of which will remain unfunded this fiscal year. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
I got one.
The next...
So we only have 2 people in that department now? How do you guys do it?
General Services is the umbrella, so it's myself and my program assistant, Ignacio Malvos, who does a great job. And then we oversee grounds and building maintenance, which have their own budgets.
Okay. Well, you're doing a good job, that's all I can say.
Great job.
So, thank you.
The next budget before you is the building operations budget found on page 64. The building operations budget funds countywide janitorial services, which are provided by ABM on-site services, as well as any specific needs to the government center. Included in this budget are also window washing of the government center, power washing of the parking garage, as well as our portion of maintenance costs out at the Sierra Courts. Recommended appropriations for building operations are $425,662, which represents a $73,518 increase from last year. The increase is due to janitorial needed at a number of new buildings, including a larger boot camp facility, morgue, and the relocation of public guardian to the old courthouse. Additionally, we are recommending funds to replace sprinkler heads in the parking garage, which have become corroded over the years due to weather exposure. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Yeah, you're going to change those parking spots in there too, right?
Yes, we just got your signs in on Friday, so we're planning to have them up tomorrow morning.
Well, really? So we can move up there tomorrow? New parking place.
And on the probation, all the changes to that, I think it needs to be said and applauded that you guys saved us tens of thousands of dollars in terms of that by working that. I mean, it was when I heard what was it, like $60,000 or something that we saved in terms of moving stuff around.
Yeah, the guys tend to, at the end of projects, there are always a lot of loose ends that building maintenance will step in and do versus paying the contractor, so it'll save us all. It'll save money.
I just want to say thank you for that. I mean, that saves everyone and allows the services that those areas are trying to provide, whatever it be, they can serve more people because of your hard work. And I just want to state that publicly, that we really appreciate all your hard work.
And they got a smile on their face when they do it.
Hey, Maria.
Yes.
Who's going to be cleaning the morgue?
AVM will do the office spaces. They won't be doing the actual autopsy room.
Well, you do that personally?
No.
I thought that was in the job description.
Yeah. Part of it.
Other duties as assigned.
Okay, the next budget before you is the building maintenance budget found on page 67. The building maintenance department performs routine maintenance and repair of all county facilities. The building maintenance budget includes contracts for fire inspection services, as well as elevator inspections and pest control services countywide. The recommended budget for this department is $1,326,304, which is an increase of $101,004, which is primarily offset by an increase in our revenues as we worked with Joel to increase our bill-out costs to the subordinate departments. The increase stems from the institution of standby pay for our crew, which they did not have before. They were basically unofficially on call. So now that we've instituted standby pay, they're always on call. There's never been any issue where they're not going to respond to a call, and they have an hour turnaround time now that we instituted standby pay. There's also an increase in contract costs for fire system testing and inspection, and we're also recommending funding for a countywide facility condition assessment. We've talked about this the last 2 budget cycles, and we want to look at doing it this year. We plan to hire a consultant that would look at the condition, systems, and components of all county facilities, including HVAC, roofing, electrical, plumbing, fire life safety systems, site utilities, and even the parking lot. The consultant would provide reporting and recommendations for a repair and replacement schedule, so that way we can be proactive and plan for equipment and system repair versus being reactive, which tends to cost the county more money. We've separated our facilities into phases based on the age of facility and the size of the facility. We're hoping to do all buildings. It's generally a cost per square foot. Our plan is to do them all, but it'll be budget allowing. So. The department has 11 allocated positions, and one of which will remain unfunded again this fiscal year. And with that, myself and our building maintenance supervisor, Raymond Huerta, are here for questions.
Looking good.
Good job. Very good.
The next budget before you is the grounds maintenance budget found on page 73. Grounds maintenance provides all landscape maintenance and repair for county parks and landscaped areas around county facilities. The recommended appropriations for this department are $444,468, an increase of $40,403. The increase is primarily offset by an increase in revenues, again, due to a change in billing rates charged to subvented departments. The increase is primarily from an addition of extra help salaries, as well as a need to purchase a trailer to haul the stump grinder that we purchased last year, as well as a specialized mower to mow the Road 28 solar ground-mounted field out there. The department has 9 allocated positions, and 4 of which will remain unfunded again this fiscal year. And with that, myself and Ground Supervisor Joe Hernandez are here for questions.
This one was just brought up, and I don't know if it would go through roads, but out in some of our special districts that have road funds where they have medians, is this something that could go, if they were to be willing to pay us, would this be where we would go through? I don't know if it's just a way to get more revenue through here if these special districts were willing to do it. It's just been something that was brought up.
Yeah, I don't see that as an issue. Revenue is allowing, we can have the appropriate staff to do it. We actually do maintenance for some of the parks that have, for special district parks, the self-help park in Parksdale, for example, they pay us to maintain it, and we do around the development too, so not just within the parks, and that's all paid for with special revenues from the district. So it's something we definitely look at.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, the next budget.
Yeah, on those 4 departments, who is the overall manager or overseer of that?
For grounds?
For the grounds, building operation, building maintenance, grounds management, and general services.
I am.
You are? Okay. So you got to take orders from her? If you have any trouble, call me. Okay, I didn't realize it.
Maria, if he gives you any trouble, call me.
Yeah.
Maria, don't listen to him.
Either one of them.
Okay, the next budget before you is the utilities budget found on page 77. The utilities budget funds gas, electric, water, sewer, and refuse disposal services to the government center, parking garage, and various other county facilities. Its recommended appropriations are $663,608, which are increased $9,500 from last year. The increase stems from an increase in utility costs at the old courts with the relocation of public guardian over there. And then we also assume the cost of the fire alarm monitoring at the old courthouse.
Good.
And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you.
Okay. The next 4 budgets are our capital project budgets. The first being the Ag Tenant Improvement Project found on page 79. The project is the second identified project in the Road 28 campus study adopted by your board in September 2014. The study evaluated existing facilities to determine space and program needs at the campus through 2024. The Ag project would include remodeling the former Sheriff's facility at the Road 28 campus and relocating the Ag department and UC extension from the current location to the old Sheriff's office. We would plan to demolish private offices to create more open space, perform ADA improvements, and renovate the bathrooms and break room. The appropriations of $200,000 requested for today will fund design services and project management through design. Staff will then return to your board with the contract for architectural services following a formal bid process. We anticipate that the design costs will be offset with sale of the building, which will occur at a later date once design is more farther along. And with that, we're available for questions.
Any questions?
Okay, the next capital project budget is the Hall of Justice project, Hall of Justice budget found on page 81. Although not located at the Road 28 campus, the Hall of Justice project was the third project identified in the Road 28 campus study. The project would entail the construction of a multi-story facility to house adult probation, the district attorney, public defender, and law library across from the new Madera County Superior Court. The county has been acquiring property for this site since 2014. We do need to acquire one more site to have a fully viable project site. The appropriations requested would fund schematic design for the project, as well as project management costs. Schematic design will include planning and programming, preliminary design drawings, and a detailed cost estimate to complete full design and construction of the facility. Staff would then return to your board with a contract for schematic design services following a formal bid process. With accurate cost estimates for the project, we can then return to your board to seek direction on whether to proceed with financing the remainder of the project and purchasing that final piece of property. That concludes our presentation, and we're available for comments, and I believe the DA and probation rep was here as well.
No questions?
I feel like Bruce Wayne should kick in on the Hall of Justice, right? Superman.
Next.
Okay. The third capital project budget is the Courthouse Park Jail Annex demolition, found on page 83. There's currently an 11,500 square foot annex out at the courthouse. It's approximately 30 plus years old. It's used right now for storage for a number of departments, but that's all it's used for. The rest of the building's vacant. The recommended funds would be used for demolition services and project management, and we would return to your board at a later date for a contract for demolition services. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Have you got all the stuff out of it, the storage stuff out of it?
No, our plan would be to reach out to departments and work with them on purging, and then if we need to relocate elsewhere, we'd have to find the location for them. So we wouldn't anticipate starting demo to maybe in the spring, just to allow the departments time to purge out their files and relocate.
There's tons of stuff in there.
Because nobody goes out there, right? No one takes anything out of it, so it's stuff that is unnecessary.
It's just storage for paper.
Oh. Where do you guys want it?
Yeah, but there's a lot more out there than you guys do.
That's the model.
Yeah.
It should be done.
Write it up and we'll send out a memo to all the departments.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, the next budget before you is the jail security upgrade project found on page 85. In December 2016, your board allocated funds for a security system assessment at the county jail. The jail was having a number of problems related to their security electronic and camera system, which affected their ability to securely operate the jail. An outside consultant assessed the security system and provided recommendations for improvements to the system. Today, we are only recommending funding for items that are needed to maintain compliance with state regulations. This includes increasing video storage with the purchase of 3 network video recorders, and then we'll return to your board next fiscal year to recommend the purchase of the remaining 3 recorders. Increasing storage will require replacing the video server as well as software upgrades. We are also recommending $15,000 for replacement of currently defective cameras. And we are working on a phasing plan for the remainder of the consultant's recommendations, and we'll return to your board at a later date with direction on that. And with that, I am available for questions as well as Chief Perez.
Moving on. No question. Moving on. Darren. Whew. Good job.
Oh, sorry about that. That maintains my 6-year streak of talking before the mic's turned on. The next budget for your consideration is the insurance budget, which begins on page 87. Recommended expenditures this year, $4,119,910, which represents an increase of $323,321, due primarily to an increase in projected costs for retiree health. And with that, I'm available for questions.
You're the only one in that department, right?
Right.
Yeah. You got a load, don't you?
No questions. Moving on.
Next budget for your consideration is Central Services, which is on page 93. This budget is largely unchanged. Recommended expenditure is $589,169, which is a slight increase of $2,831 over the prior year. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Who is that person?
Central Services is the mail room, the mail delivery,
okay.
And pickup.
All right. Thank you. Move on.
Why postage is so much.
311.
The next budget for your consideration is the 311 Customer Service Center budget, which begins on page 97. The recommended appropriations of $199,537 represents an increase of $6,738 from the current fiscal year. There are 4 allocated positions in this budget, of which 1 remains unfunded. We are available to answer any questions on this budget.
No,
Right.
That's
The next
one of the best things we've ever done.
The next departmental budgets for your consideration are the information technology budgets. The total recommended expenditures of $6,286,374 represents an increase of $928,938 from the current fiscal year. For fiscal years 2017-18, appropriations for the One Solution project and the Information Security project were budgeted in 2 separate orgs. This was done to better track expenditures for each project, as well as to facilitate a cleaner cost allocation to sub-vended departments. It is also recommended to utilize the balance of the IT reserve to offset the general fund share of the information security costs. Tanya Say, Chief Information Officer, is available for any comments or questions.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rodriguez and members of the board. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying thank you very much for your support for our department over the past 2 years. We very much appreciate it. We've accomplished some big projects, and we couldn't have done that without the support of the board. With that being said, I'm available for any questions.
You do a great job.
Yep. Thumbs up to you and Bruce.
And we have an incredible staff. We have an absolute incredible staff.
And that really helps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next budget for your consideration is the Special Payments budget. This budget is administered by the Administrative Office. It has no allocated positions and funds a variety of payments and expenses which are not easily categorized in other budgets. The recommended expenditures of $3,660,110 is an increase of $699,905 from the current fiscal year, primarily due to the cost of demolition of the jail annex building and upgrades to jail security, and a cash flow loan to the agricultural building project. Additional funding is also proposed for Visit Yosemite Madera County for increased advertising, targeted digital marketing, and kickoff efforts to promote ag tourism, and funding for the Yosemite Area Regional Transportation System to finance a portion of the short-range transit plan being developed. Funding for both contributions are derived from the transient occupancy tax collected by the county. We are available for any questions on this budget.
No questions.
Right. The next budget for your consideration is the Roads and Bridges budget, which begins on page 368. This budget is not a part of the general fund. The recommended expenditures of $16,898,173 represent a $690,036 increase from the current fiscal year, primarily due to the reduction in projected fixed asset acquisitions and updated cost allocation plans figures for the budget year. There were a total of 66 positions in this budget, a decrease of 21 positions from the current fiscal year, as those positions were shifted to the newly created Public Works org. Ahmad Al-Kayat, Director of Public Works, is here to provide additional information.
Thank you. I was just wondering, are we taking into account SB1 monies? Is that coming in? When will that start coming in?
Yes, Supervisor.
Will that be in this one?
SB1 monies are expected to possibly hit our books end of year, maybe December, January, because the collection starts in November of this year, of 2017. So by the second half of this fiscal year, we should receive in the neighborhood of $2 million for fiscal year 17-18, where the estimated is about 1.9 million.
So I know when they were trying to sell us on it, I mean, we were looking at like over 9 million, wasn't it?
That's throughout the years, the cycle, yes. The purpose of SB1 is basically to restore funding into the highway user tax. It has ever been diminishing. As you can see, in 15-16, if I take your attention to page 369, and
369?
369, yes, Supervisor. And then you can see there's at the bottom under revenue, you have two highway user tax items. So you can see we're jumping from, in fiscal year 16-17, from 2.6 to 3.3 this year, and the other one is from 1.6 to 3.2. So the total expected revenue from the highway user tax money is going to be 6.59 million cumulative this year, this coming fiscal year. That includes what we have been getting plus the SB1 dollars.
So there'll be like a line item like the SB 325 gas sales tax, that's SB1 funds that are coming in, or is that SB1 just adds the money back into the highway user tax?
It's all in the same category.
Until they take it away.
We have a better explanation of
There's one that knows the numbers right there.
Hi, Andrea Saldati, Public Works. So we are working with the Auditor Controller's Office to create new revenue accounts so that we can account for the highway user tax a little bit differently. We should not be combining two of the highway user tax into one revenue account. It should be broken up. So 2105, 2104, 2103. There are also two additional revenue accounts from SB1 that were created, so we would like to line item those out. So you will see revenue a little bit differently. We just weren't able to get those numbers published and in the book printed.
Okay. Thank you.
And we need to, so just to still piggyback on that, we just need to make sure that what they were telling us that we were going to get from SB1, we need to make sure that we're billing them and getting whatever we're supposed to be getting from that.
Yes.
We just have to stay on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question on page B368. It's on the interfund expense cost plan A87. It shows $561,487. What is that money being allocated for?
Again, Supervisor, could you repeat the amount?
Okay, it'd be on page 368. It's on the second page of the
368 account 731401.
Third column under other charges.
That's overhead. Yeah, Supervisor, that's a countywide overhead charges that are calculated every year. So A87. So they receive services from central type departments that gets trued up at the end of the year, and whatever direct charges that they paid gets taken out, and the balance is owed as part of the cost plan. So it's a 2-year cycle, 3-year cycle.
Won't you explain what A87 is for the public, and if maybe Rob don't know either?
Yeah. It's a way for like central service departments, like that would be the administrative office, purchasing,
for every
right, auditor controller. So what we've done so far was capture as much of that in direct charging, so that way it's more real time. But at the end of the day, you can't capture all of it. So let's say we close this fiscal year. Next year, they'll look at actual expenses and what was charged directly to the departments receiving the service, and they true it up. So if there's a balance, that gets added to the following year's A87 plan. So it's like a rolling calculation.
It takes care of administration.
It takes care of administration and central service. Yeah.
Right.
Not just administration, but like central service. So they receive financial services from auditor controller.
Right.
The auditor controller staff code their time to each of these functions, and it gets trued up in the A87 cost plan.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. But the next budget for your consideration is the road transit's budget, which begins on page 375. This budget is not a part of the general fund. Recommended expenditures of $4,933,909 represent a $2,296,109 increase over the current fiscal year based on estimated costs of transit facility projects and equipment acquisitions included in the recommended budget. There are no positions allocated to this budget. Ahmad Al-Kayat, Director of Public Works, is here for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, supervisors, this is, we'll just continue the same services we have by managing the transit money and our programs.
Supervisor Fraser?
Are we up to date on all of our billing? Like sending bills or our reimbursements?
For road funds, you mean in general?
Because I know we were off. You found, when you came into the office, you found a bunch.
Correct.
Or
we have been very actively going after reimbursements and submitting our reports to bring the money owed from years past, and we have been, I would say, pretty successful. Would you say now?
Good.
So,
and I should probably say Andrea had found it and then brought it to your attention, and then you had the wherewithal to bring it to our attention.
Well, team. What are we without, you know?
Teamwork.
Confidence
Team.
staff, yes.
There's no I in team.
So, Andrea, you think we found everything that is outstanding in terms of reimbursement?
Yes, yeah. We had a lot of backlog that we needed to catch up on, and we are now caught up, and we are trying to establish a calendar where we are billing at least minimally quarterly. Some of the requirements from the state, you have to have a certain dollar amount before you can actually ask for reimbursement. So depending if we meet the threshold or a calendar timeline, we are on track with our reimbursements. And for transit as well, we do ask for reimbursements from the city of Madera. We are on track with all of that.
Those sound like the safeguards so that it doesn't ever happen again. Good job.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah. On the consultant, Ellen Moy, what all do they do for us?
Basically, Ellen is our consultant with all transit-related grants. She writes our grants. She manages the grants for us, and she basically takes up. Like Joel said, we have no staff allocated to this fund.
Right.
If we do, it will be a higher expense. This is one of those things where it makes more fiscal sense for us to utilize a specialized service rather than fully employ a few positions.
Services are funded through the grants too, right?
Absolutely. It's
so
all 100%,
the
100%
public needs
reimbursed.
to know that, so that when they see that on there, that it's not out of our general fund. That's another one of those explanations that needs to be when we explain these things to the public. So
actually, transit is one of our, is a very successful.
I agree, 100%.
She also works with MCTC through that.
The supervisor, she not only works for us and MCTC, she also represents other jurisdictions that we work together. So she's
pretty sharp
she's
lady.
Very good uniting factor.
Yeah, she's pretty sharp lady.
The company is too.
Thank you. Next. Let's go.
Anything else?
Moving on.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is for behavioral health services, found on page 380. Recommended appropriations are $28,153,101, representing an increase of $1,092,847 from the prior fiscal year. The increase is primarily attributed to a $473,000 increase to treat patients in locked mental health care facilities and unlocked board-and care facilities, a $255,000 increase for psychiatrists and other contracted services, and a $140,000 increase for computer support and Anasazi client software by Cerner. In addition, $100,000 has been included for a mental health building improvement project for additional space. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 155 positions with 14.5 positions unfunded, which reflects one additional position for a psychiatrist. Dennis Cook, Behavioral Health Services Director, is available for any questions or comments.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Board. First of all, Chairman Rodriguez and all the board members for your support. Thanks to County Administration for their support. You know, we can't do anything without your guys' support. I want to also thank Janet Messiah, who puts together our budget and keeps all of us in our department on track with our spending and what money is available. And then to thank for all the staff that are out seeing clients today. Thank you on behalf of their clients, their family, and the community. With that, I'm available for any questions you might have.
I want to say you do a great job, Dennis.
Very good. Well, sometimes I'm just the voice up here, but I got 127 staff today that are working probably a lot harder than I am.
And you're only as good as the people under you, and you've brought in the right people, and we think we brought in the right person when you came from Fresno. So
Excellent man.
Tickled
I
to
appreciate
death
your
with you.
support. Thank you.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is for public health, found on page 393. Recommended appropriations are $17,681,832, representing an increase of $6,188,172 from the prior fiscal year. The increase is primarily attributed to $5.6 million appropriations required for the California Department of Healthcare Services for participation in the IGT program, with expected net revenue of over $4.2 million over the next 2 years. In addition, there's over $400,000 increase to permanent salaries based on cost of recommended staffing. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 123 positions with 15 unfunded, which is a net change of one additional allocated position compared to the prior fiscal year. Vondo Reynoso, Public Health Director, is available for any questions or comments.
Good morning. So this is my last session over the budgets with you, and I just want to say a big shout out to your board for your unwavering support of the Public Health Department, and also to Eric and his staff for their also consistent support of our department and all of our efforts to improve the health of our citizens. I also want to thank my staff and managers for their passion in delivering the mission that we have to our community. So I just want to briefly share with you some accomplishments that we were able to make this year. As Sean mentioned, we recovered over $2.1 million in reimbursement for services that we are currently doing, and we are anticipating recovering 4.2 additional millions over the next 2 years. That's huge for our department. In addition to that, one of the things that your board knows, I'm always pursuing different revenue sources, and this year we received 2 new grants from CMSP to really address diabetes, high blood pressure, and the integration of public health, physical health, and mental health here in our community. We are awaiting for a huge grant for our urban renewal. With that, it's roughly around $6 million. And with that, we're hoping to put that towards the greening of our new campus. With that, we've also done a lot of programmatic strides this past year. you've heard a lot about the MAP Steering Committee. So in our pursuit for accreditation, we've assembled the MAP Steering Committee comprised of community leaders as well as county and city governments. And we have successfully completed our community health assessment. We are almost done with our community improvement plan, and we're hoping to finish or embark on a strategic plan by the end of the year. So those are huge, but undergirding all of that is a push for quality improvement, and that is something that my department is fast and furious on. Addition to all of that, we are now Medi-Cal and Medicare certified, so we can get funded for the services that we provide. Our lab has been a regional effort. We've been supporting Merced and Fresno for some of the great work that we do in our lab. We, first year ever, floated last minute a farmer's market, and that's wildly successful this year. And lastly, tobacco control. We have been very successful working with the City of Madera, their City Council, in looking at their tobacco policies and programming. So we're making huge strides in that. And we have an internal candidate. She currently is the supervising public health nurse, and she just has accepted the promotion. And starting in July, she'll be the deputy director for clinical services. And she's been with us for 23 years, so she will assume that leadership role. I'm here available if you have any questions.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. New title.
Yes.
You gave us 10 great years. I can't even tell you how great it's been. And we're going to really miss you. And darn it, I tell you,
Don't leave.
It's hard. Yeah, don't leave. I wish. She's going to live on the good part of the state now. No, we got the best part.
I was going to say, Tom.
Yeah, I'm slipping there. I messed that up.
See what you've done to him? It's
better weather.
Yeah, she got me all
just better weather. That's all.
Frustrated. But I wanted to thank like your the tobacco deal and everything. They always come to my town halls, every one of them, and you've been such a big supporter. I just can't tell you. We are going to miss you.
Thank you.
Yes, we will.
So you're not getting rid of me that quickly. My association with UC Merced continues, and so I'll be back at least for another year working in Fairmead on a community project.
That's what they all say.
Well, okay, I say that now.
No, I just wanted to echo his comments. I wasn't here for the full 10 years, but working with you was great. And I just want to say for your last one, I know this was a discussion during my first budget hearings. Everyone gets you see who got the gold star for you get the gold star this year for your budget hearing. You win. You win
Thank
this
you.
year. Yeah.
Too bad Norm's not here,
I know.
so I can,
No, both.
brag.
We'll rub it into. I'll let him know that you got the gold star and that he wouldn't have even if he was here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had one more thing. When we were trying to pass that Measure L, that big propaganda that was against it came out and said that we could stop, a bunch of your programs. Could you afford to put out about $8 million out of your budget so we can put it in public safety?
I'm sorry, say that again?
She didn't hear.
What happened, I don't know if you remember all the propaganda that went against Measure L.
Right.
One of them was that we could stop a bunch of your stuff and use that money for public safety.
So,
and it'd take $8 million a year minimum
right.
to get what we needed from Measure L.
Sure. I think earlier one of the Board of Supervisors asked Joel to define restricted funds. So our funds are restricted to health, right. Public health in particular. 100%. And the grants that we pursue have very, very rigid restrictions that, for example, the monies that we recovered for our direct services to Medi-Cal population has to be spent in reproducing that Medi-Cal services. Right. So all of our funding are very, very governed.
And beyond that, what public health and what Vaughn does is protect the public.
That's a great point, too.
I mean,
People don't understand that.
So I think Madera County, the reason why you don't see me more often is because we do a darn good job preventing disease. For example, TB. We're one of the very few counties here in the Valley with our demographics. We have no active cases right now because we do very, very aggressive prevention of active TB. So that's just one example.
A couple years ago, we had it in North Fork, remember?
Right.
You got right in here and got it done.
Right.
Cleared it up.
Yeah, I'd rather be robbed than have TB.
Yeah.
But thank you, Vaughn.
Thank you
very much.
Enjoy Santa Barbara.
More questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is environmental health, found on page 409. Recommended appropriations are $1,580,200, representing an increase of $103,381 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to the cost of recommended staffing. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 14.5 allocated positions, with 1.5 positions unfunded, an increase of 1 position. Dexter Marr, Deputy Community and Economic Development Director of Environmental Health, and Matthew Traber, Director of Planning, are both available for any questions or comments.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. First, I'd like to thank administration and Joel for working with me in an environmental health budget. The recommended staffing change, I believe, will help us better serve our division and the public. I'm available for any questions.
You're doing a good job.
Good job.
You really took the bull by the horns this year and showed us you could do it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is the Refuse Disposal Liner Fund, found on page 417. This budget is not part of the general fund. Recommended appropriations are $6,064,234, representing an increase of $1,352,800 from the prior fiscal year. Ahmad Al-Kayat, Director of Public Works, is available for any questions or comments.
Again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm here if you have any questions.
Good. All right. Right.
No questions. Thank
you. The next set of departmental budgets for your consideration is the Department of Social Services budget. The total recommended expenditures of $82,046,481 represent an increase of $5,265,322 from the current fiscal year. The total estimated net county cost for all social service programs is $3,032,541, which represents a decrease of $252,809 from the current fiscal year, based on total projected third-party and realignment revenues for all programs. There's a total of 341 positions allocated to this department, of which 12 are unfunded. Deborah Martinez, Director of Social Services, is available for any questions.
Good afternoon, Board. I appreciate the time with you to give you thanks for all the support this last year. There was an additional 16 positions that were funded in 16-17 that greatly enhanced our ability to serve our community. So we appreciate it very much. And if you have any questions regarding the budget, I'm sure Joel can answer you. No, I can help.
So how do you like it so far?
It's amazing. It hasn't been a month yet, but I am trying to learn as much as I possibly can, because it's only a sampling of the work I've got. You look at that desk in the back, you'll see I have a stack about 12 inches high. So I am working every minute, and I'm enjoying it. Staff is amazing. We've got a lot of great people working, and working very hard.
Well, that's amazing. We just want to make sure you're happy.
I'm ecstatic.
Any questions on the board?
Do you know she's already using the words "our" and "we" and I just
Excellent
team, excellent team.
And I haven't even got the first paycheck yet.
You get paid?
Apparently.
We got money for that?
It's invented.
You should have been here during the budgeting.
Exactly. Okay.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. The next budget for your consideration is the Public Authority budget, which begins on page 453. Recommended expenditures of $212,007 represent an increase of $54,844 from the current fiscal year due to additional staff time charges from the Department of Social Services main budget. There are no allocated positions in this budget. Staffing support is provided from the DSS main budget. Deborah Martinez, Director of Social Services, is available for any questions.
I guess you don't want to come back up. No, don't worry about it. No, you're doing good. Huh?
We're not good. Yeah, we're good.
We got it.
We're good. Moving on.
She can answer questions on the next one as well. The next recommended budget for consideration is Public Guardian, Public Administrator, page 459. The recommended appropriations are $422,587, representing an increase of $27,689 from the prior fiscal year. This increase is primarily due to cost of recommended staffing and additional cost of utilities due to the new location of the courthouse building. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 5 positions, of which 1 remains unfunded as in the previous fiscal year. Deborah Martinez, Director of Social Services, is available for any questions or comments.
Moving on.
If there are no questions, the next recommended budget for consideration is the Veterans Service Office. And on page 463, recommended appropriations are $210,399, representing an increase of $46,120 from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to an increase in cost of recommended staffing from hiring a Veterans Service Officer. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 2.75 positions, all funded. The Veteran Service Officer was previously a contracted position with Fresno County, though was filled in the current fiscal year effective March 2017, and the contract with Fresno County terminated. Leonard Williams, Veteran Service Officer, is available for any questions or comments.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, thank you for all your support you have given me. And again, like Sean was talking about, you recently hired me, and that was the reason why our budget increased a little bit. Some of the good things that we've been doing, of course, we're here, I'm only 4 months old now, and, getting out there, looking at our veterans, and trying to figure out what we can do better, because obviously our program is free to them. And again, because of the general fund and the public, they're here to help our veterans. Again, our veterans that come in, we're attempting as an office to find the state benefits that they earn, our federal benefits that they've earned, so that we can bring those dollars in without using general fund dollars. So again, for our veterans out there is you're getting benefits that you've earned. So instead of taking our general fund funding in the county, we're giving those funds that are available for you from state and federal. So I think there was a question on workload units. So workload units, again, are the claims that we submit for our veterans. We get dollars equated to that. So any reasonable claim that we submit, we get about $29 to that. So we are bringing in dollars to the office and back to the general fund. And then some of our next outlook that we're looking to is obtaining grants. And one of the ways that we're looking at obtaining a grant is by our incarcerated veterans. You've heard mental health being addressed. Mental health is one of the issues in this grant, and it does affect a lot of our incarcerated veterans that, again, were affected with some of the PTSD symptoms, or just they didn't get any help after they separated from the military, and all of a sudden they find themselves in incarceration. So we are being pretty aggressive on that aspect on helping our incarcerated, and again, we're bringing a message here from the board. So again, I have a small staff, and they are doing quite a bit. I have to give a shout out to Terry Lopez. Again, she's bringing in a lot more responsibility, having to obviously train me to be accredited, because I can't do anything yet as far as signing approval, and this position actually has a lot of approval authority. So she's taking on that job. And then again, Serena Salinas, my office assistant, she's our first impression in there, and our veterans are really have a big smile when they come into the office and they see her, and she can answer a lot of questions, and she's taking on a lot of duties. So,
yeah. So same thing, Leonard. Are you enjoying so far the job here?
I am. Like I said, I'm trying to do the balance.
I see you have a smile every time I see you. So,
well, I do have some good news. This last week, I went to San Diego National Conference, and my attempt at my first chance at accreditation through national, I actually graduated, so I'm now certified nationally. So my next step here next month is to go to Sacramento and get my CalMet accreditation. So, and then from there I can get my exactly.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Any other questions? Thank you.
The next recommended budget for consideration is Community Action Partnership, found on page 467. Recommended appropriations are $227,384, representing an increase of $11,038 from the prior fiscal year due to cost of recommended staffing. This budget supports the salary and benefits of the Community Action Partnership Executive Director and the administration of the Senior Congregate Meals Program. Maddie Mendez, Executive Director of Community Action Partnership, is available for any questions or comments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Yes. Okay. I'm here to answer any of your questions, but I thank you for the funding for the seniors. We have 5 different locations. We've increased our locations to Chowchilla. We are now serving meals in the city of Chowchilla, and we're very proud of that. One of the things that we do is we feature our seniors in our newsletter for our agency, and we have a senior in Corsko that's turning 99 years old, and she looks forward to living to 106, and I hope through our grant and our services that we'll be able to assist her in doing that. But the senior... I don't know why that's an interesting question, but her story starts in Germany. Her story starts in Germany during the Nazi camps, and she talks about how they turned coins into spoons at the time, how she came to this country, how she lived here, and she now resides in Madera County. And so it just brings an awareness to our staff of who we serve. So we provide that feature in our newsletter, and it's presented to everyone. But I'm here to answer any of your questions, but thank you for the job for the funding that we receive. I thank the staff for the job that they do. 3 hours a day to open, serve seniors, and then clean up, and then reopen the next day. We're just so fortunate to have the staff that we have.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you, Max.
She really
Thank
is,
you.
I tell you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you.
The next recommended budget for your consideration is for the library, page 471. Recommended appropriations are $1,578,075, representing an increase of $188,161 from the prior fiscal year to cover new carpet for the library, increasing the county book collection and circulation, funding an additional .25 FTE of a library assistant to alleviate staffing shortages. The department recommends a staffing allocation of 17 positions, of which 4 are unfunded. Patrick Fitzgerald, county librarian, is available for any questions or comments.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. I just want to thank everybody, including county administration and the board, for making me feel absolutely welcome this first year, as well as support in moving our budget forward.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Supervisor Frazier?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the $50,000 that's coming out of the tax sharing agreement. Hopefully, do you know what that's going to go towards?
We've got it allocated towards collections at Main Library right now.
Perfect. And then I just saw something. I just wanted to bring it up. But did you see Toronto has started like a library of things where you can come and get tools, and it's generally donated items that people can use and check out for a week. I just thought it was kind of a cool.
Yeah, I mean, if we can start doling out tools.
Yeah. But I just wanted to bring it up.
Anything we can throw a barcode on, we can check out.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doing a good job, buddy.
You are.
The next budget for your consideration is the agricultural extension budget. Recommended appropriations of $76,600 represents a slight increase of $500 from the prior fiscal year to cover the increased cost of mileage charges. This budget helps support the UC Cooperative Extension and provide education and research programs in agriculture. Shannon Mueller, the Director of Ag Extension, is available for any questions you may have on this budget.
Good afternoon. During the past 4 years when I've been Director of Extension, we've developed staffing and programs to benefit the residents of the county. Our program activities are in the areas of agriculture and natural resources, Master Gardener volunteers, 4-H youth development, and our nutrition education program, which is supported by UC CalFresh. We continue to focus on delivering our programs in new and creative ways to meet the needs of our individual counties. I will say our unique relationship as University of California Cooperative Extension in partnership with the county to deliver research, education, and public service programs may not always be well understood by everyone. In the coming year, I will be sharing information with each one of you as we design a program delivery strategy that is compatible with available resources. The direct and indirect support provided by the counties represents approximately 7% of cooperative extension funding that supports us in the multi-county partnership with Fresno. The university contributes $3.4 million in salary and benefits, and programs contribute an additional $2.4 million in grant funding. That includes the $2 million that comes in via UC CalFresh for our nutrition education programs. Along with providing our facility, your contribution supports clerical and program support staff and mileage for advisors and staff to conduct their programs. I do appreciate the commitment and support you've demonstrated for cooperative extension, and I am committed to working with the CAO and the budget staff to make efficient and effective use of the funding that you provide to us. Thank you.
Supervisor Fortress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shannon, we had a chance to meet several weeks ago, and I think that you had a chance to explain to me, how you're able to leverage a small amount of money that the county provides into different programs. You said another $18,000 would really help out. And what particular area was that specifically? I think it has something to do with the Master Gardener program.
Right, so there are two areas. We have increased staffing to serve Madera County from the 4 advisors that served cross-county to a current staff of 9 with an additional staff person that will be added next year, 10 academic and program staff. The Master Gardener volunteers want to volunteer to deliver education about landscape and gardening in the county. And without the coordinator, we would have to rely on them to make sure that policies and procedures are filed, fingerprint, subsequent arrest notifications are processed. There are a lot of things that really are what they claim they're not volunteering to do. They're also not, they've explored opportunities for grant funding to fund the coordinator, and most of the grants will fund a program, they'll fund materials, but they don't want to fund people. And so we've really struggled to find funding to support our Master Gardener coordinator position to oversee the programs in both Fresno and Madera counties.
Okay, very good.
When she first came in, she brought all the new people and met with my office, and I tell you, it was such a relief to have fresh faces and wanting to come here, because it went downhill so bad couldn't even dig out of the dirt. So
currently we have advisors that cover 9 of the top 10 crops in Madera County, so I'm really pleased that we've got official coverage for everything.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much.
I think Rob's follow-up question is, can't we find $18,000?
Yeah. How do we get $18,000 for it?
Yeah.
Well, to answer that question, Shannon and Joel and myself, we sat down. That's probably, me for the first time, but Joel and Shannon had met before. We were identifying what the impacts were. We were caught a little off guard by the request, and what we had agreed to is that over the coming months we were going to look at how we could work with Shannon to try to come up. We can come up with the money, but I'll say that it was a little different working with a state agency, because sitting down with Shannon, it was difficult to get the justification, and we have a certain amount of money, and when somebody comes with an additional budget request, it's usually driven by a service level, a direct need, and we couldn't really understand what that need was. We went over a number of categories, so ultimately it's up to your board, but I still am not clear on.
Just work out something, bring it to us, see what you can come up with.
Okay.
If there's something we can do.
Well, it sounds like it's kind of a communication thing as far as being able to provide maybe more specifically or whatever in terms of service delivery. So, as Supervisor mentioned, I would just recommend that we continue that conversation and come back to once we figure out how to push that forward.
Yes, sir.
No questions? Thank you. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. Right.
Number 8, 477.
Yeah, and the next budget for your consideration is the appropriations for contingencies. Total recommended appropriations of $2.4 million, or $2,424,416 remain unchanged from the current fiscal year. This has no allocated positions and is appropriated to meet unforeseen or emergency expenditure requirements. We are available for any questions on this budget.
I don't see any. Moving on.
All right. The next budget for your consideration is the central garage, which is not part of the general fund. Appropriations of $2,183,227 represents an increase of $384,898, primarily due to depreciation charges, interfund costs, and the funding to bring an extra help mechanic to cover projected workload, and also for training and succession planning. Expenditures in this budget are offset primarily by mileage charges to user departments, as well as vehicle maintenance charges to subvented departments. There are 5 positions allocated to this budget, none of which are unfunded. Steve Von Flew, Central Garage Supervisor, is available for any questions.
He ain't got no question. What do you got, Steve?
We're going to keep going.
Any questions of Mr. Steve?
We beat out the microwave tower again this year.
Great job, Steve.
You keep up the good work.
Thank you. We
Let
try
me get those different colored cars. You know what I mean.
we like white. White works really well.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, Steve, very much. Keep it up.
All right.
45.
Next budget is the microwave radio services. It is not part of the general fund. Appropriations of $640,551 represents a slight increase of $25,575 from the current fiscal year, primarily to fund a consultant service to evaluate the microwave service for the coming fiscal years. Tanya Say, Chief Information Officer, is available for any questions.
Any questions?
Since David has to leave, can you please explain how a microwave radio works?
No, we ain't going into that detail.
I'd like to know exactly.
Bruce would have to come up and...
She don't even know how it works, so how are you going to explain it to you? Again, thank you for your good work, you and Bruce. So.
Thank you for all your support.
Okay, what's next, boss?
We've got just 2 special revenue funds and special district budgets. We can take those up this afternoon or tomorrow after the regular meeting.
Do it this afternoon.
Okay. I think that's a record for getting through the regular budgets.
I'd like to ask County Council, can we move on the regular budget right now?
Chairman, members of the board, let me pull this agenda. I believe our resolution also includes the special district budget.
It includes it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does right there. You
Yeah, it
stayed.
says it
How do
on
we
there.
do that?
Well,
you
because
can
some of
stay-
us
you
weren't
can-
flying out of.
You can get on the plane the next day. Okay, we're going to break till, let's see, 15 to 1, 15.
Can it be?
Yeah, it does.
What?
Can it be changed? Can they modify that?
Well, it's written on here as one resolution combined. I'm not sure if we're able to do the work to separate the
I think
resolutions.
somebody might really complain about it if we did that. That's too big of a deal. It's not like it's
We'll make the motion and let the record
Supervisor know
reflect
that
it.
we'd be having our budget hearings this week.
Absolutely. I already talked to him about it. Don't worry.
The supervisor can
So-
certainly express his desire to, or what he feels about the motion. I mean, we can't take them separately, but you can certainly set forth.
Can he make a motion and it's just tabled until the end of it?
Just only one part of it. See, we got more to do.
Why don't you just make
Table
the
for
motion?
discussion?
Do what now?
You can make the motion now and then.
And table it till later on.
No.
Till the end.
Yeah, we're okay.
Let's just do it later on, and let's do it all in one
Hey,
budget.
We know, everybody knows you've been here. They
Yeah.
know you.
I'm supporting this budget. This is a good budget.
They know all about you. Right.
They should.
Yeah, and that you're leaving us.
Yeah.
Even though it's a budget time.
Yeah, well, 35 years is
Marriage is more
marriage
important.
to one woman and 5 years of planning on this. So.
Move that we break for lunch.
Yeah, we break for lunch for an hour and a half, right, Mac?
Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you.
Break for lunch?
Yep.
2:15.
Yeah, 2:15.
2:15. 2:15.
Catherine, Mr. Chairman. The next group of budgets for your consideration are the special revenue fund budgets. Special revenue fund budgets represents revenue streams that are either restricted or for a specific purpose. It is budgeted annually for added transparency and to meet statutory requirements. Most of these revenues are already budgeted in other budgets in the general fund as operating transfers in. We're available for any questions on any specific special revenue funds that you may have.
Mr. Chairman, here, I'll do that.
Supervisor Forte?
Again, this is my first time through, so just have a couple of questions here. For instance, well, let me see here. What would be a good example? There's
what page?
Well, it's a just kind of a general question in terms of okay. Say for instance,
what page?
On page 8, for instance, on the Fairmead new landfill site closure, and this is similar language in a lot of these special funds. It's really not so much specific to this, but it's just an example for a lot of the special funds. It has language that says the state requires a percentage of the estimated future cost of closure to be funded and retained. And again, there's a number of these special funds that have that language. What typically would be like the state percentage or the law requiring, is there any set amount that's required?
Okay, if I may, I'll take this question, Supervisor. Ahmad Al-Qiyad, Public Works Director. As far as the closure fund and post-closure fund, these are funds that there is a formula. I'm not sure of it right now, but I can bring you out. I can research it and give it back to you. But the general understanding is the agency or the county needs to have enough funds put aside that by the time we close the landfill, we can go on and fully and finally close it. So this is construction activities at the end of the life cycle of the landfill. So for the year 2048, we need, for example, we needed a sum of $13 million to be able to close the landfill. So what we've been doing is incrementally every year we will put $250 to $350 in a separate account so that we build this fund. And this is the fund that we just revised the final closure plans, and hopefully we are fully funded at that point. We're just awaiting some signatures.
Okay. And a similar question on page 22. It mentions that a portion of certain state fines must be allocated for this purpose, which would be mental health, alcohol abuse, education, and prevention fund. And I just was curious, again, it talks about a portion must be allocated for this purpose, and what is that, or?
Sure. So a good example is when someone gets a DUI, I think it's $100 for every DUI, so it's a portion of that DUI fine that comes to us to do alcohol prevention services.
Okay.
So it's a portion of the fine.
Right.
Okay.
Supervisor, to respond to that, so not all special revenue funds have those statutory requirements. I think in future budgets we would work on those budgets that have those requirements to have a little bit more explanation as far as to what the requirements are. But generally speaking, not all of their special revenue funds have that retention requirement. Right. Mm-hmm. Some don't. Certain ones do, and we'll work on explaining that better.
Yeah, that's because in some of these you see, for instance, in the 1301 on page 22, it shows the beginning balance at $183,000, and then criminal fines add another 23, and then there's some budgeted expenditures of $183,000, I believe. So, or no, there's nothing been funded. That's right. You just add it up and it goes to 206, and then you bring it up to the next year at 206. So now, are there any plans, or is there any kind of a program set up for this
Sure. So those funds kind of go into the mix when we're doing alcohol and drug prevention services, because there's some services that we can't use our other funding for, so we use these.
Okay.
When there's a case that we have not spent all of our funds, we try to retain these funds, because these funds never revert back to the state or the feds. They're ours. They're considered local funds here.
That we can use it for programs, advertising, pamphlets.
Right.
Stuff like that.
Or going out to schools, or a number of different alcohol and drug prevention services that we do.
So it's there in the event that some of these other funds that have been provided we need to dip into this, but if we don't need to dip into it, we're not going to.
We can retain it, exactly.
Okay.
So within our department, those are the last funds that we would use.
Okay.
So the public knows the dollars that are designated for that, we cannot use those monies, and if we don't use them, it goes back to the state. We don't get to keep those dollars.
Well, if the state came in and office, yes. Those can only be used for certain prescribed services under alcohol and drug prevention. So you couldn't use them, to build fences around something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or hire a fireman.
You could not use it to hire a fireman. Unless they were going to go in the schools and do some alcohol and drug prevention. That'd be a little costly.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more question. On page 49 for the HCD RLF rehab program, it looks like there's roughly $265,000 in the fund, and we're looking at another $50,000 that will be repaid. Anyway, roughly between $260,000 to $300,000 we're going to have in that account. Are there any plans to utilize these funds the next year or two for rehab projects?
And as I'm looking, there is no one from planning. That's your question. Mr. Chairman, can we take that response later in after?
That's fine. Yeah.
And it's that 265, that was last year's budget. See, this year's $324,000.
Okay. So a few more homes now, and you probably don't have the answer to this, but probably were these the homes in Parkwood that were rehabbed?
See, we loan money out to these different homes that want to do this, and then most of them have a 10 or 20-year contract. They pay it back. If they sell a home, we get the money back. That money is always rotating for projects for the low-income people to do it. So
like a revolving
That's
fund.
the reason that's how I remember what we use it for, right, Eric?
That's correct. But I don't have specifics either. We need.
I don't either. But anybody can come in and say, "Hey, I need to get some of those low-income funds to put new windows in my place or something." So then we have that money. It's always rotating, and it's been it's been going long years before I ever got elected. So.
Was that something like what Jim was doing with the city?
Well, he would. Yeah, we had that going on, and then I remember in cooperation with the RDA, there were some homes that were rehabbed in Parkwood.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this might have been those funds.
My apologies, Matt Treber. Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Poitras, there is a lot of work that we go into on the rehabs, and we do work with community members. We've done a number of them throughout the years, but we continue to put that notification out and work with homeowners. Self-help is a big assistance to us in that program as well.
Okay.
There's always new projects coming. I mean, it just rotates all the time.
Okay. Very good.
Matt, is there a limit of income to qualify?
There is a limit on income. Yes, you have to qualify as low income in order to qualify for those funds.
Right.
Yeah, okay, fine.
And they're 10 and 20-year loans, right?
Correct, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Any other questions? Proceed.
The next budgets are special districts. We'll turn it over to the Public Works Department.
Shift.
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Ahmad Al-Qiyad, Public Works Director. We're here to introduce the proposed Public Works Special Districts budget. And I brought with me here, I'll do some introductions as well because we did have some shift in duties. Of course, yes, we're going to do the blue one and the orange one.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We're going to start with the orange, then we'll go to the blue.
Do an orange first?
We'll do orange first, yes, sir. So, Mr. Philip Toller, he's our acting Deputy Public Works Director for Maintenance and Ops, and he used to be the Public Works Special Districts Manager. And then Ms. Andrea Saldate, she's our Program Manager who basically put together all these budgets with, of course, our little help. So thank you for that. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Mohammed Al-Qatami. He's one of our engineer ones that basically is acting as Public Works Special Districts Manager. So, and with this, I'm going to give it to Phil, and he will start with the roads.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. The orange one usually is the easiest one, so we'll knock that one out and get that out of the way for you. Just to give you a quick summary, the Public Works Department currently oversees road maintenance operations for 120 districts, which is up 2 districts from last year with the addition of Woodcrest Estates and Riverstone. So this encompasses a little over 400 miles of various road systems, includes maintenance districts, county service areas, and 1 assessment district. The 2017-18 proposed fiscal budgets are intended to provide the level of service to each district in accordance with their individual needs and funding resources. Since the passage of Measure T, we have been able to supplement district funds and ultimately increase their level of service. Last year, we were able to resurface or treat about 11.5 miles of roads within these various districts. Of that, Measure T funds contributed over $400,000, with another $400,000 we anticipate being allocated to districts this year.
How many roads was that, Phil? How many miles?
11.5 in 16-17. And with that said, none of these district budgets are in the negative, and none will require supplementation by the general fund. Less mandates from compared to a water or wastewater district.
Right.
So this concludes staff presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Pointers? Supervisor?
I think that was from last. I have no questions.
Clear it? Yeah, Ranger? Supervisor?
Why do we have maintenance districts that are 0.46 miles? That's an entire maintenance district, and Snowflake Lane, District 30. Is there any way to consolidate some of these?
That's a very good question. LAFCO just did a municipal service review. Most of these are comprised of maintenance districts, which are not subject to LAFCO purview like a county service area would be. But just as an alternate governance type of structure and to see what options are out there, I know Supervisor Wheeler and Dave Braun and some of the LAFCO members got together and they did a municipal service review for various districts in the core school area where it might make sense to do some consolidation as far as roads are concerned. It's a little bit more difficult with water and wastewater because you physically can't connect these systems. And that's we're looking at that. The answer isn't readily apparent yet because some of these districts have different revenue sources. Some assess themselves more for a higher level of service. Some assess themselves less. Some live on dirt roads and are happy with their dirt roads. So, but that was the way these things were done when the subdivision maps were approved. It was the board policy at the time that we don't want to hinder development, but we're also not going to put these in the county maintained system. Therefore, you, Mr. Developer, you'll have to create a maintenance district to maintain what you establish and maintain the roads that you put in.
I mean, I see like the total revenue on some of these is like $4,400 a year, $1,990 a year.
Yeah.
Like you're not doing anything with it. The cost to run these, your guys' cost.
MD94 is the worst. You're absolutely right. Since the tribe pulled out half of the parcels, we are maybe looking at bringing something back to your board where just as that. I mean, it costs too much to administer these, and I think we'd be doing the constituents better by dissolving the district, and they could utilize those funds to hire a local guy to come in and blade their dirt road, once or twice a year.
That's one up on Deadwood?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a $200 revenue per year.
Oh, yeah, and this one in 99 is $955 a year. It's just, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's a joke.
Very small subdivisions.
So I don't know how, if we take all of those and put them together, I don't know. What's the answer?
We like that approach. We're looking at that right now with LAFCO. The question is, are we going to have different zones of benefits and so on and so forth? So hopefully we will have an answer back to your board soon. It's like I said, Course Gold just did the big municipal service review, and there was, I think, a lot of questions brought up from that report. But it is to ultimately provide an alternative source of governance, assuming that the direction of your board wants to go there.
Yeah, I mean, even like in mine, 95, road revenue of $3,100 and the expenses were $62,000.
What happened?
So who pays that other $59,000? Where does that come from?
What district was it?
I'm not going.
What page?
It's just one of them. 90. It's 111. Your favorite one.
No, thanks a lot. Oh, gee, don't even.
So on MD95, as of last year, I was in touch with the Homeowners Association there, and we're looking at trying to do a seal coat on their roads right now. The roads are in excellent quality. However, the age of their roads are starting to show signs of oxidation. And so once that happens, the asphalt starts getting a little bit brittle and could pose a possible damage if cracking does occur. So it's that time where we want to do a seal coat on it, and we're talking to a couple of vendors about getting some quotes to do that. And so that's why we have the money budgeted there this year. We were hoping to possibly do a slurry or chip seal type of
Does
surface
that have to
treatment.
go out as a special assessment? Do we have to do a 218 for them to?
No, they have the money available. That's where the money come in. They had a beginning fund balance of $59,000. Correct. If their expenses if they don't utilize their expenses that year, it comes over as their beginning cash balance for the next fiscal year.
And for the roads, you generally have that since we don't have like street sweepers and stuff like that. So
correct,
build up money a lot more than like a water system that's going to constantly need.
Yes, with roads, I mean, if it's a lot easier to administer than a water or wastewater district, because if we're not required to go out and maintain the road to a specific level of service, whereas a water and wastewater district, we have state mandates that we have to supply that potable water. So if there's no money in their account, we just don't provide the service.
Okay.
And it's something to note that Madera County does have the highest number of maintenance districts.
Oh, yeah. So
probably in the state.
Can we fix that?
Yeah. That's what we'll come to you whenever we have a solution. We're working on it.
We're number one in every major category.
Yeah, you put that on our chart from now on, Eric. Yeah.
Every single category.
If you guys have no further questions on the Orange Book,
I got some. No, I just wanted to kind of help Brett out on this when we done that course goal. We done one in Hokers too before you're in that part of the member, and they were generally totally rejected. I mean, none of the districts trust each other. One of them's got $100 more than the other one, and one of them pays $100 a month, the other pays $500 a month. I mean, a year or whatever it is, and it was just generally. But they're on the show. So any of these districts decide they want to do that, the work's done. Now they got to do is have a 218 vote, and then we can combine them. And we try to explain to them. Phil does a great job of explaining it to them that we have Measure T dollars that we can have matching funds if they got the dollars to do it.
If they had enough money to help.
Yeah. So, like Bass Lake, Eric remembers, and you would remember, they only pay $100 a year for their roads. And a certain person up there that's running against me come down every meeting and every year and said did not do it at all for years. He hadn't been the last couple of years, but $100 a year for, they got, what, 6 miles in there in Bass Lake?
Yeah, just shy of 6 miles in 9-1.
And so they have to wait years.
What does the road look like presently?
Presently, they're full of logs. No, I didn't mean anything by that. But we actually were looking at doing some pavement in there this last summer. Our equipment's a little bit too large for those single lane roads in the Pines. So we were putting it out to bid to contract it out, and with the tree mortality, all the tree contractors were dropping logs, and we can't get any equipment in there right now. So we postponed some of the improvements we were going to do, and we're working with these subcontractors for these tree companies and trying to get these logs cleared out. So, but they do have
the residents not wanting to pay that fee. We still go in and try to rehabilitate the roads.
No, if they ain't got the money, we don't.
Generally, what we try to do is save up until they do have enough money to do a project or match Measure T funds, which we program out about a year in advance because Measure T comes in quarterly installments. So even if we have a $400,000 allocation this year, we won't have it until the end of the fiscal year. So we program that out about a year in advance. But because we have been saving up until they have enough money to go out and do this, and we do lump jobs together, we piggyback, we get a better cost economy of scale that way, whether it's contracted out or force account. We have been increasing our level of service. So in the last 5 years, I think we've done 50 miles of roads within the districts, and we're being really aggressive, and we've done a lot of major improvements within the road districts.
Good job.
Is that tough?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, with this, we'll move to the next budget, which will be water and wastewater. So that will be your blue book, please. And Andrea?
Well, with wastewater, I'll be a brown book.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. So your blue book is all of your special districts, including water, wastewater, and lighting. A couple of things to point out with your blue book. Over the years, the major concern with the blue book is that debt for each individual district is not shown. We now are showing that for the districts that have the debt, it is at the bottom of their budget. It is broken out into different categories depending on what that debt is attributed to. So general fund debt, for those of you that remember the widely known colored Excel sheet that came to light a while ago, general fund debt is the older debt for all of the field staff. That was kind of the off-the-books debt. So when it says general fund debt, that is what that debt is being attributed to. Cash flow loans are kind of our new method of issuing debt for the districts. And you will see in those districts that there is a revenue account that does say cash flow loans. So you do see the revenue coming in the budget, and then also the debt to be paid back is at the bottom of the budget. So that's one of the biggest changes that we have made. So that way it is blatantly clear that these districts do hold debt, and that there is no more off the books of anything. It is published every year. One of the other things I'd like to bring to light is the rate study is moving forward for all of the special districts. We did kind of fall off of our schedule a little bit because the project manager for Bartle Wells did resign and accept a position somewhere else. So we did have to kind of start over a little bit with a new project manager, but we are getting back on track. We will have rate increases coming to the board sometime in late fall. We have chunked the districts, and we are calling them phases. Right now we have a phase of 4. Then after that, I believe we have a phase of 6.
and we are looking at the ones that have the highest debt to either the general fund or back to the county that are also in similar locations. So highest debt, let's say, equivalent to the Valley districts. That way it makes it a little bit easier logistically on our subconsultants to come in and assess each district. So we're hoping to have 6 rate increases done by the end of 2017, 9 rate increases done by the end of 2017, and 6 the beginning of January of 2018. So we are aggressively trying to get there. With the rate increase, depending on the size of the district, we are looking at paying back the debt to the county and the general fund immediately. We are looking at 3 to 5 year spans of time, depending on the size of the district and how many residents are within that district. Some it is easier for them to pay back debt in a 3-year span of time. Some of the smaller districts where there's less residents, we have to spread that debt out over 5 years. But once a rate increase is passed, we are hoping that all that debt will be paid off in either a 3 to 5 year span of time. So we are trying to get the money back in as quickly as we possibly can. So the rate increase is moving forward, and one of the things that we kind of touched on earlier with the special districts budget is that's the umbrella budget for all of these special districts. So 1340 is kind of the mother account, and think of all the districts as the children. The children pay back mom, which we all would hope our children would pay us back, right? But they pay back into 1340. So 1340 holds all of their admin fees, some of their small tools and equipment that are originally paid out of 1340 because they are used throughout every single district. And then they are prorated based on how many active water or sewer units they have. So 1340 is kind of that umbrella, which should be made whole every single year by all of the districts paying back in. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. So if you guys have any questions, we're here.
So specifically on MD 10A, I see in this there's a line 780100, the appropriation for contingency. So obviously they have more money at the end of the year than what their expenses are after the fund balance. So am I just, because I know you have to always zero this out.
Yes.
So that will be what the fund balance will be?
It should be pretty similar, yes.
Go over there. Okay, I just
yes,
wanted to
for the following year.
make sure that, because all of a sudden I saw that there was $1,062,000. I was like, wow, how do we get to there? But okay, so everywhere where I see that, that'll be if they're running in the black right now, right?
Yes, if they have appropriation for contingency, depending on how much that is, you can kind of consider them healthier or not healthy.
I'll be sure.
And there is no debt in the district as well. So if you have no debt at the bottom and you have some money for appropriation for contingency, that means that your revenue is exceeding your expenses and you are able to put a little bit away.
Now, in MD 10A, there was that $700,000
yes.
loan. Has that been retired now, or is there?
No, it's accounted for in the ACO account, which is on page 33.
That's right.
So we have made 2 payments back for that loan.
And we can't pay back with any of the contingency that?
You absolutely can if that's what the district would choose to do.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to. But I remember on the ACO, I saw also there was an appropriation for contingency of $87,597. So is that, instead of retiring that debt with that, we're just trying to build up in case something else happens in the ACO?
Yes. So you do want to be able to make a healthy payment, but you also want to have a little bit in reserve in case you need to move that money somewhere else. We can always come back to you as the board of directors of the district to move money around to pay off that loan sooner rather than later. With the time constraints of that loan, it being a 5-year loan, we probably will do some sort of a budget adjustment in order to make that payment in a timely fashion.
I'd rather have some money in the ACO. But then now on to CSA 19, Rolling Hills. I see that there's a road expenses built into their water system. I know there's been talk, which I think we should actually probably bring back to the board another time, the talk of privatization. I know that we're getting down a path, and so I don't know if you guys can bring that back sometime in the near future so that we can have board direction to figure out, start negotiating for privatization. But would we lose the roads if we had to dissolve this? Or could this stay in just as a road district after this?
So this one's a little bit difficult to answer, but SA 19 is a pre-Prop 13 district, meaning they get a fraction or a portion of their property taxes allocated to the district for revenue. And it doesn't specify whether it's used for water or roads. It just goes into the district, which is why you see it on this book. In the past, working with the HOA, they've asked us to utilize some of those funds to go to road maintenance, which we have, but because of the problems with the water system in the last 2 years, those funds have been dedicated to this water system. As far as privatization, I don't think it would affect their district status. We would basically just not be providing the water service. They would still remain a district, and those pre-Prop 13 tax dollars could be utilized 100% for road maintenance.
For roads instead of, okay, that's a good one. That's all I have, Chairman.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah. I'm just looking at North Fork, and then on page 22, you got the rates in last paragraph. That 136, just off the head, that's one of the higher ones in the county, isn't it? Per month for water and sewer?
That is for both water and sewer. It is a little bit on the higher rate, but it is not one of the most expensive that we have. We do have some that are more.
I got to look over and again. So I got somebody asked me about that the other day. The other thing is on page 29 on 10A, you got it broke down in a box, and I've been going through, and most of them are all in the paragraph. I wish you would make a box for each one of the districts like that.
Okay.
It's a lot easier for the public to see what that is. And, it's the way you got it broke down in that box, it works really good. When you read this paragraph, you got to try to figure out what those dollar amounts are. So
definitely can make that change for 1819.
And I'll figure out which one's the highest when I get done.
Any other questions?
Nope.
If there are no more questions, I actually have one correction that, not actually a correction, but a budget transfer that we need to do for CSA 16 Sumner Hill. On Friday morning, we are in a bit of an emergency situation with one of their river pumps being down. Essentially, they only have one river pump where they did have two. Because of the timing of everything, we would like to ask the board now to approve the budget with one move to be made, which is a $5,000 move from...
What page is it? You know what page?
It is going to be on page...
141.
It's
142 and 3.
Yeah, I'm going to move the money from the ACO account, which starts on page 144. So from appropriations for contingency, which is 48530-780-100, I would like to move $5,000 from there to the water org, which is 48503, and for equipment, which is 721306. So it's $5,000 in order to replace the river pump.
So
that is essentially out.
The 780100 would actually be 85,722. Is that correct?
On page
we have
144.
To subtract out. I'm sorry, 87.
Yeah, 87. Yeah. Is that okay to do that, Regina, on this?
Chairman and members of the board, I was just looking over the government code, and there's a provision that said any recommended budget adjustment shall be made only if it's in writing and filed with the clerk of the board. And so I just want to be very careful that has or hasn't been done yet.
Can they do it today?
Can tomorrow's meeting, I bring up okay.
Either option, we can do it today and take a break, or continue this till tomorrow.
What we can do is approve this a day and pull CSA 16 and do it tomorrow. Thank you. That would work, wouldn't it?
then I can just say that.
Well, if we approve the budget today, we would be doing a budget adjustment tomorrow, and that might need a new item on the agenda. Otherwise, we can take a break and have this revision done in writing and submitted to the clerk of the board, or you can, if the board desires, continue this matter for tomorrow and approve the entire budget with that amendment tomorrow.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, how critical is this? I mean, why does this need to be done so immediate?
They won't have water.
There's always provisions for emergency situations. Can't we just handle it like we normally would without having to go through and change stuff?
Sure.
Let's just do that.
Sure, we can do
this
that.
Is not the. I don't think this is the forum.
We can do a off-agenda deal tomorrow, too, if we bring it up today. Bring it up tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's ways to handle emergency expenditures, and it can be cleaned up later. That's how it's normally handled, correct? Okay. Let's do that.
Yes, we do.
Anything else?
That it? Okay. Oh, you're right.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you I forgot to say thank you for putting the debt on here. I really appreciate it. I still hate that we have everything balances to zero, but at least we don't have any keepers like on a different spreadsheet that nobody knows about. So thank you. I think that goes a long way in increasing the transparency of these ones. And I can actually, with a good conscience, accept these things now. And I know it wasn't your guys' fault.
Yeah, before you guys leave,
Wheeler, he's got a question.
Did you guys ever find out whether we had a lighting district in North Fork or not? On our street lights. It's been talked about since I've been elected, but
I'm not sure, Supervisor Wheeler. I could go back and do some research for you and send you an email.
Just see what we can find on that, because it's. Half the time, one staff would say PG&E is paying it. Part of the staff would say the landowners, whether it was in front of, paid for it. And
I'll look at that this afternoon and send you an email.
Okay, thank you.
Now you want lights.
We've got lights. They fall down and nobody fixes them.
You don't need lights. You guys go to bed at 7 o'clock.
7:30.
7:30.
Mr. Chairman?
It's summertime.
Yeah. Wintertime is dark. Yeah. My lights don't work.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there was a question earlier that we weren't able to address in regards to the total allocated positions. We have those numbers now and provide the update. So comparing the 17-18 proposed allocated positions with the 16-17 adopted allocated positions, it is an increase of 18 allocated positions. However, I want to point out that 14 of those positions were approved through actions during the fiscal year 16-17. For example, 9 positions were approved under the DSS budget, 1 for behavioral health, 1 for environmental health, 1 for public health, and then the 1 position for the Veteran Services Officer was also part of that. And the DA Victim Services was approved in 16-17 as well. So leaving net 4 positions that's in the proposed budget. 2 of those were in the administrative office and 2 was in public works.
Yeah, I knew we weren't getting crazy. I thought it was important to note that. I think we're still staying lean and mean. Even if those were the 18 right now, that's not terrible. So thank you for that clarification. Sorry to make you work during your lunch.
Now go home and see your baby.
Congratulations, boy or girl?
Boy.
Name? Blue. That's a strong name. Strong name.
Okay. 4A?
Yep.
No, that was
Rhonda?
We've done all of our, 3C, County Administration Department, discussion and consideration of a resolution approving county budget, including special revenue budgets and special districts budgets for fiscal year 2017-2018.
Move that we approve.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Go up to public.
Public? Comment? Bring back for the board? Roll call.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes again.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 4-0, one absent.
Who's absent?
Who is absent?
Supervisor Rogers being absent.
Yes, noted. I move we adjourn.
Second.
Are we done? Motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. That's very.
Oh, well done.